That's what you can do when you got your spirituality activated, baby. Making music is a gift, just like saying symbols. Matter of fact, I feel like God when I have control over all these different sounds, and I know exactly what my will is and how I want them sounds to behave for me in order to make a sound, a beat that I like. It's just amazing. I've been in the lab lately making a lot of beats. So let me share another one with y'all. When all the streams is done, when ain't nobody around, that's what I do. I have a high vibration. I make music. I get a fucking workout in. And I basically be in this bitch in a trance, vibing out to my own rhythms. Like a tribal guy or some shit. Just in this bitch, just tribing it up. Just music and chants, just all kind of tribal shit going on, nigga. But I got an album coming out, and I'm gonna hire some people to do me some professional music videos, and I'm gonna have fun, and I'm gonna put out so much music when I get back in the studio. You know why? The studio is in my house. You wanna see it? Watch this. Let me see if I can pan it around and show y'all this. I'm building a booth in my garage. There go the booth right there. That's a $600 booth. I wish I could show you the inside. When you walk in, I got a Rhodes mic with all the good setups on. I got the best mic with the best I got a light up in there. It looked good in there. I would have to take the camera down and go up in there, but it's a nice setup. I'm building a booth right here, man. Y'all thought I was gonna come back out that bitch with Superman cape on, huh? I just wanted to show that. Proud of it. Can't wait to hop up in there and make y'all some fresh music. It's been a minute since I played any of my music. So you know what'll be a good idea? And we finna drop the link and let people come on up. You know how we do it on Monday Madness. Community shit. Community shit. Let me drop the link. Drop a 1 though. If y'all can hear me good, drop a 1. We taking all smoke today, all challenges. Whatever on your mind, man, come on up. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I love life. I like Monday Madness, yo. Yo, how many Mondays we done missed? We fucking been gone a month. Now that I think about it, welcome back, man, to the real flat power people, man. Flat motherfucking power, man. Ain't nothing like us, bro. Niggas hate it, but they can't create it. Niggas hate it, but guess what, bro? They can't fuck with it. They can't fade it. Flat motherfucking power, nigga. We the realest. Oh, shit. Yeah, but I don't want no smoke with nobody on no personal shit. All my smoke, I want to be teachings versus teachings if that's going to be some smoke. And I think we should all be willing to be challenged if we out here leading people. If I own a dojo and I teach karate, I'm willing to fight your sensei. If another sensei walk up in my shit and offer to fight me, I'm not turning down that fight in front of my students. Win or lose, I'm going to teach my students to stand up for yourself and defend yourself the best you can, whether you win or lose. And I'm not going to be scared. Like, how I'm going to teach fighting and be scared to fight? Everybody, as men, you know what I don't like, right? This is a man's world. Now, it wouldn't be none without the girls. Keep that in mind. This is a man's world. Men, we don't always get along, and we don't always agree with everything. What makes the world great is how men choose to disagree. Today, we go to war. Back in the day, they'll play a game of chess, nigga. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. And I'm moving on from any drama. I'm just teaching y'all some stuff. Because we learn from each other, right? Watch this. You want to hear some real shit? I'm not going to back this Hold on shit. A minute. Like, I'm not going to teach. Hold on. What up, Sexual Mid-Eye? What up, Mac? Mac with 2 C's, that boy crippin'. Man, listen, all of you niggas out there in gangs, shout out to y'all niggas too, man. You know, you niggas might not even be here tomorrow. Now, I am just joking, though. But yeah, man. Yeah, shout out to the biggest, man. Hey, check this out, y'all. What if I told you when we invented the game of chess and we invented the game of football? Because I'm going to tell you something. All of these sports that these Europeans running, they didn't make these sports. We made these sports. Indigenous Olmec people created basketball. And I wouldn't be surprised if we made football based and America's favorite sport. I said it. Because the people who was pilgrims weren't making no damn sports. See, the fucking pilgrims who came over here on a Nina Pina and Santa Maria, which I don't believe that. And I don't believe all white people are fucking racist and evil. It's a specific group of them. And the average white folk is in the same situation you in. You know what I'm saying? So, but check this out. I'm saying all of these games that they run, all of these Olympic games, all of these sports and board games and card games and dominoes, everything in the casino, all that. We created the concept of these billiards and games. Indigenous people. Because shooting dice come from throwing bones. We say that in the hood. We say, let's throw some bones. Dominoes and dice is witchcraft, dude. Y'all ain't know that? That's fucking come from straight up out the jungles. We used to shoot them dice and throw them dominoes to alter reality, dude. Guess what they find out, right? With the double slit experiment, that proved that our mind and observation is helping to edit reality. That means what we pay our attention to, we literally feed it energy and help it to grow within the simulation. And when I say it can be several entities. It can be, for example, gangster culture. That's a whole entity. It, whatever the energy is, it can be anything. God damn it! It's different vibes on the earth, and whatever we pay our attention to as a collective, we like got hose pipes. It's like all of us holding a hose pipe, and all of these different things in our reality are plants. And wherever we turn our attention to, we watering that shit. With the whole, we like a pouring, we constantly pouring out energy. So wherever we direct the energy, you actually empower that thing, and it don't matter, right? If you mad or happy, meaning I can direct my energy towards somebody because we beefing and all that. I'm still empowering them in so many ways because I'm taking everything that I built and all the people that focusing on me to learn, and I'm giving them a little my stage and time for me to address them. And when I do that, I expose my people to them. So it's always, that's the way you can look at it. But what I wanted to say about all these games though, these games were used for men to resolve conflict peacefully. See, we were a very advanced race of humans on Earth. And the more intelligent your species is, the less war y'all have. That don't mean that y'all don't disagree. It just means that your society, your people have created a fucking intelligent way to resolve conflicts. So what if we lived in an ancient world and two men starting to argue, they about to fucking, they turning up, yelling at each other, and instead of balling up fists, running up on each other, how we been taught to do today, they say, okay, and they slam down some dominoes or some cards, mad as hell. Pull out your cards. Boom, and I pull out my cards. And we pissed off playing a game of cards. And whoever win a game of cards, you say, fuck, man. And he won the duel. Now, that's in a society where you are taught from a child, when you get mad at somebody, draw your cards out, draw your dominoes. Versus in our society, we are subconsciously taught when you get mad, pull out your knife, pull out your gun, ball up your fist, run up on him, slap him. They teach us that in the music, in the movies, and all that. But it could have been anything. They could have taught the whole world in the movies. We could have programmed it in society in all of the movies and all of the propaganda. When niggas get to fight, pull them cards out. And it would have really been no different than a fist fight match, because we'll be born into that kind of world where, okay, when we get mad, we pull out games and shit. You got to play me in basketball now. And in that society, it would have been powerful. Like, ooh, they having a domino fight. Go ahead. Nobody get hurt, though. Your ego get hurt because you see you ain't smarter than me when we play these dominoes or this chess game. Now, back in the day, that hurt more than getting punched because we were very intelligent and thinking beings. So if I beat you in a chess match, you rather me beat you in a fist fight. You would rather me get physical and beat you down than me literally win that chess match, because we were very intelligent and thinking beings in that time. So this was a big deal. Because everybody saw you need to humble yourself. You're not greater than him mentally. This was a way, okay, since
Exactly.
y'all, you see what I'm saying? Right. But
I like that. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sanchez, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Once you outsmart someone,
I just want to say this. I did email you, which is going into the sports, the ancient sports. I mean, that you're talking about now, about rigged sports and all that. I'm under Outstand 0208.
I'm pulling your emails right now.
Is it?
Pulling your emails right now.
Yeah, Outstand 0208@gmail.com. And I said two, but one is in caps though. I said that in caps, the title in caps, so just so it can stand out.
When did you send them?
I sent one either earlier this morning or it was last night.
What did you
when
send
you was
it?
doing the last show.
Where did you send it? What's the email?
I'm about to look at it. I'm about to look at it right now. It's showing that I sent it It's showing that I sent it yesterday on man, where the hell the time at? Hold on.
What email address?
Oh, it should be under outstand
No, what
0208.
which one of my email addresses did you send it to?
Oh, bro, talk to bro Sanchez,
At
gmail.com.
because I don't see
That's
it.
what it's showing here.
Hmm.
Hold on.
You didn't.
Man, that can't be.
Yeah, that's
I'm looking right
amazing.
at I'm looking at it right now. Oh, hold up. That's what it's saying. Talk to bro Sanchez at gmail.com. Unless somebody got your, I mean, he got your picture and everything with it on there.
Damn.
Yeah. Talk to bro Sanchez. It was at 11:54 p.m.
Okay, let me see by the time.
Man, it was late.
Yeah, damn it. I don't even have no emails for 11. This is crazy.
11:54 on December the 3rd, yesterday
Oh, December
at 11
3rd,
something.
11:54. Let's do that.
4 p.m.
Let's
It was
look at all of these.
because I'm in
from the
Eastern
3rd.
time, so I know you was going live around 8 or 9 that night.
Yeah. Oh, sexual mid-eye. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's
Well,
under sexual mid-eye. I got another one on November 8th, but that's way back there. It's about the same thing. The only difference is I didn't add DJ Academics and
well,
Angry
look, how about
Man
this?
in it.
Because I'm thinking that you had specific things you wanted to talk about in the email.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, and
Yeah.
what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open up the screen share, and if you have anything you want to share, you can do that too. How you doing, Vara? Thank you for joining. And I'm gonna
Mute
drop.
here.
I'm gonna drop.
Salutes.
Salutes, everybody. Do me a favor and like and share the video, please.
Hey, Sanchez, I just want to say I think it's a real shame what happened with you and Archaic. Like, I don't know what happened. That's why I got, curious when I saw you start uploading videos with, these titles. And I'm gonna watch the streams, with him and make my own judgment on what happened. But it's a real shame to see people who, you know, fight for the same thing get in these kind of conflicts for, I
Didn't
think.
get into a. You know what? I did a show with Jason, and did you see the show that me and him did on a Great Pyramid together?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
That's
well,
why I said I was gonna watch it, and
I'm not gonna keep bringing that situation up, but I will say I'm disappointed in him that he let something so small lead to us dividing the whole community. Because I tried to plead with him, I tried to apologize, and he didn't want to do any of that. And I don't think that it was nothing that I did to him that couldn't that an apology and couldn't make up. He act like I fucking done something that wrong. So that's why I ain't even. He wanted to play victim, and he want to be a little boy and have the people coddle him and try to make me out to be a monster or whatever. So he ruined that, man. I tried to go to him man to man behind the scenes, but he wanted to go out to the people and divide the community and be messy. So forget it. It is what it is, and it's forget it. And y'all people can still go to his channel, listen what he's saying, and come to mine, listen to what I'm saying. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm still subscribed to him and stuff. I mean, thanks to you, but I mean, that's crazy. I love the show though that I had on the pyramid, and it's crazy that ended that way. You know,
shit happens. You move on, and you're both gonna keep doing your own things, and I'm gonna be, keep looking
it
at
might
both.
have was never meant to last that long anyway. It was just probably meant for y'all to promote each other material, and that's it. It might have just that's how I'm seeing it. It might have just been that.
Everything happened for a reason.
Yep. But what you got for a sexual? Somebody in the chat room said
Oh
Jason
yeah.
said he ready to box. He shouldn't be going to talking about physical harm, boxing, and all that. Uh, you know what?
Oh,
I
oh,
ain't gonna even talk like that with him. Yeah, you got it.
uh, yeah. The NFL for many years, man, have said that they're business and entertainment, and I just never understood. I never understood it as a kid, and I didn't even understood it as I got older until about 5 or 6 years ago. And I mean, I see why they can't have the game be organic. They would lose a lot of money. People's favorite players wouldn't be able to play because there'd be a lot of injuries. Plus, they know that most people that watch sports, especially football, have never played the game or never. I don't know anything about football. And see, that part I didn't know. I thought everybody that watched it, except women, but hell, even some of them played the game.
Yeah, I
Knew
played.
something about football. Yeah, I played. Wasn't very good at it, but I played.
Now listen, this is what I
And
need you to do though. I need you to break that shit down from a perspective for people who haven't played and simplify the whole shit for them. No, you know what I'm saying?
it's
With
gonna
the
be hard. I mean, it's gonna be easy to simplify for people like me and you. It might still be hard to simplify it for them, but I'm gonna try. Hey, I'm gonna try. Okay, okay. Let's take let's take the hardest position on the field, quarterback. I mean, everyone says that. I know you and I agree with that. I think quarterback is the hardest, and I think corner is the second hardest. Some can even argue that's harder than quarterback, but I think quarterback is the hardest position. A lot of times these quarterbacks be throwing interceptions, and interceptions can be organic. They're real, especially at the high school level, Division II and Division III level. Notice I didn't say Division I, not
yeah,
Division I, just Division I in the NFL. Now, a lot of times when they throw them interceptions, you might think they didn't see them corners and them defensive backs, the free safety, the strong safety there, but they did. They did. When they throw them interceptions to shave off points. I mean, it's a point shaving game. They got to cover the spread, under or over, and all that stuff. When there's a portion of practice when they allow the public and the media to see it, but then there's a portion of practice or there's days when they don't. And the reason why they don't allow that is not because there's secret plays that they just don't want no one to know. The NFL allegedly, I'm gonna say allegedly because this is your show. I don't want to get the show this show or video taken down, but allegedly they film each other's practices. They know exactly the plays. They got microphones in the helmets. I remember the whole mic'd up thing. I'm basically saying they practice to win and lose games to make it entertaining. That's the entertainment part of it. The entertainment goes hand in hand with the business. So I mean, the interceptions that you like, well, how he didn't see that, the missed tackles, the whiffs,
yeah,
as some of them call it on YouTube, all that's practice. Now, people will say, well, you mean to tell me they don't practice for real? Yes, they do, because you got to be athletic. They still have to sell that. So they do work hard. They do practice tackling and blocking, but it's all a scam though, because the whole thing is they're about making money and making profit and controlling the masses. And they do that primarily through the quarterback and the corners. And then the secondary players like the wide receivers, the running backs, and all that, and the offensive defensive line, they also are in it. Now, people will say, are all the players in on it? I don't really know, but there's key players that are. Um, and
That's true.
that's
That's
what I'm
true.
saying, man.
yeah.
It's
And
all
that's what I'm
about video.
saying. People will say, well, are the injuries real? Yes, some of them are real and some of them are not. If y'all remember, Roger Goodell about 13, 15 years ago put out a policy that if players were faking their injuries, they would get in trouble. Now, people will say, well, see, that's the NFL cleaning up. No, that's the NFL playing controlled opposition. When these players fake these injuries, they're getting the green light to do it. They're getting the permission to do it. It ain't like they're just doing it out of freelance and they're doing it out of free will. They're getting, in other words, the NFL, just like the NBA, just like any other sport, they act off a script. You
Yeah.
got writers, directors, producers, executive producers, and all that. It's the same way. Everything that's on
A
the
lot of
screen
a lot
is
of
an
people,
act in the script. Yeah, go ahead.
a lot of people
Yeah.
they say, man, these are good players. They come from the little leagues, through middle school, to high school, to college. You mean to tell me they got all of these teams somewhere rigging it up together, everybody in on it? Now they tell us the same thing when we ask about NASA. Is everybody in on it? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, if you watch the Truman Show, everybody was in on the shit. When you, it
In
took
on
me,
it. I
yeah,
believe they are. But
yeah.
you know, people say, no, there's some good ones. There's no way they can have that lie go on that long. And I also say this. They will say, are you saying there ain't no talent in the NFL? Of course it is. We watched these jokers play from Little League all the way through Division One, and we saw how good they got. That's what my saying is: the talent is real, the game is rigged. The talent of the player is real, the game is rigged.
And,
Just like
and,
actors.
and listen, I
Actors
want to
are
say
real
this.
good, but go ahead. Yeah.
Everybody don't have to be in on it. Only the key players that make or break
yeah.
the team in the game and determine whether because the way these teams are set up today, if your 1 or 2 star players ain't playing right, y'all ain't winning the game. Your whole team is
Right.
based around 1 dude or 2 dudes. You got 1 dude on the team getting 60-some points a game,
Facts.
or 2 dudes
Yep.
getting 30-some points a game. If they fucking 10 points off on this day on a certain team, y'all lose. And you know how easy it is for just to control those star players, those key ones right there. So people don't see it. It don't gotta be the whole team. And then we got referees that came out and admitted that the shit rigged. You know what I'm saying? Referees.
Yeah, they admitted that they had to call certain plays. So the refs are in on it too. Now the refs, there's no way people can't understand the refs are in on it.
Guess
The
what?
refs are definitely, yeah.
It's a referee that coached most of the Bulls games when Jordan played. He said that the NBA told all the referees, it's this move that Jordan do. It's like a fucking some kind of I don't know the name of the move, but if I showed it to you,
I think I saw it. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I saw it. And I will say this. Oh, Michael Jordan, I can now Michael Jordan's a perfect example. Go ahead.
Y'all know about the Jordan
I'm gonna say
moves.
this right here, right? They said so.
those.
It is this in the league is known by all the referees when you see Jordan do that move, not to call a travel, but call it on everybody else though.
Yep. And let me say this. I know people are going to agree. Again, Michael Jordan is a perfect example. The talent that he has is real, but I'm going to keep it real. They were all defenders who were defending Jordan was also in on it to make it seem like they were really getting shook out of their shoes. I really studied Michael Jordan, man, and saw all his damn moves. And at times, they were doing like what I would do with my nephew and all that, and my little cousin. I would act like they faked me when they really did. I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. Milwaukee and Detroit Pistons was tearing his ass up the first 6 years, and then all of a sudden they changed the rules for Michael Jordan, just like they did with Tom Brady. I love Tom Brady.
You know when they
pause, but I'm like shit. I'm like at the same time, the league can make you better than what you actually are. I'm just gonna say that.
Yo,
hey, we can debate on that, man. I got the smoke.
Don't you know after Allen Iverson crossed Jordan over, the NBA made it a penalty. They started calling carry for the crossover just because he crossed Jordan over. Now look, people doing the crossover today, and it ain't no penalty. So that show you they can put some penalty on the shit and stop doing it when he leave, or do it to him. But the shit's so rigged. I'm telling you, they was calling a penalty on that shit when Iverson was hot. You know.
And just to add to what
he was for the underdog, man. And then people say, "Well, Michael Jordan was old." Yeah, he was, but still, it don't matter. Allen Iverson was nice like that, man. And don't get me started on the technology. This should really be obvious. And I know you're gonna agree with me here, Sanchez. The magnet in the balls and in the gloves. The NFL even was gonna consider not put. Bro, when I was in high school, there were certain gloves we couldn't even wear They wouldn't even let us wear it at the game. See, when you got the experience, like me and Sanchez or anyone else that played football, there was certain gloves you wear because they had magnetism in them jokers, bruh. See, that's what I'm saying, bruh. Who's gonna tell me
They even
that in the
admit this.
NFL they don't got magnets in the gloves when it's already been commercials on it?
Right.
Damn.
I've seen it.
I want to
Bro, I
explore
laughed
more.
my
I
ass
want
off,
I
bro.
want to
Yeah.
explore more on the magnet thing because
Oh yeah, you could probably YouTube that up. You could probably YouTube might have took it off, man. But I mean, I used to see it on YouTube. YouTube used to have a whole lot of stuff they were exposing. Yeah, the magnets and the balls, man,
I
and
think
in
I can find
the
a news
gloves.
story on the
Yeah,
gloves.
if someone could pull it up, man, it's a commercial. And then it was a short, I think, where there was one wide receiver. He couldn't even get the damn ball off his damn glove, bro. I laughed, bro. I'm like, this is right in people's face, and they still acting like they don't see it. Like, come on, like, what is it going to take? Now, my thing is, I'm not telling people not to watch the sport. I still watch it. It's just entertainment. I don't get emotional no more about it. I be laughing but I'll be acting like I'm into the game because, I want to live life and all that. I still go to the damn games. I just went to the Duke and Carolina damn game. I'm like, it's life, man. But at the same time, man, we got to understand, man, it ain't what we think it is. The same with politicians, the same with movies, TV shows. We got to look at all that as
90% of it is all
It's all
crap.
an act, man. It's all an act.
Yeah, I wanna. Can y'all hear me? I wanna. Shouts out to y'all.
shout out
Yeah,
to
I'm
you.
gonna
I
get
want
on
to back
the
you
floor.
up. I want to back you up, sexual, on that. With the magnet and the ball. Hey, if you ever watch Stephen Curry's warm up where he goes into the stands and starts shooting threes from stupid range, I mean, the evidence is so clear on the magnet. If you even just go back and look, the buzzer beaters back in the 80s and 90s, it was very seldom. It was very hard to hit buzzer beaters. Now all of a sudden, everyone can hit buzzer beaters now. Oh, come on now, fellas. You know what I mean? Like so so I understand the game. And when we talk about this college football thing, because Sanchez, I seen you when you wore your Alabama dress attire. You know what I'm saying? And
Man, let me
something
tell
going
you,
on.
we beat Georgia, and listen, salutes to my Bulldogs. I love the Georgia Bulldogs too. I mean, I'm just a South nigga. I like LSU. Like I'm a rock all of their gear. But
Oh yeah, LSU. Yeah.
I'm roll tide. Now I can't rock no Auburn gear. That'll get me beat up in Alabama and shit down where I'm from. That shit like Crip and blood, nigga. Yeah, you can't be in my area with no Auburn shit on you though. But check this out. You gotta be red, crimson tide, baby. But the thing is, I thought we was gonna lose, man. I really thought that Georgia, I was like, well, here go the end of our stand, bro. I know we say sports is rigged, and this is a good bill because I know this shit is rigged, but I fucking still roll tide. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's weird.
That's how I am about Carolina. Yeah, I know it's rigged, but shit, I'm with them all the way, bro.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, but let's talk about that because they got us programmed and attached to these home teams that we from and stuff too, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
Well, that might be the tribalism part. That might be the tribalism part right there. I mean, everyone get to their own group, their own tribe there, and that's how them sports are. I mean, hell, even in the NFL, you got 3 Indian teams, and they changed one of them. They changed the Redskins to the Commanders, which is probably totalitarian or whatever. I mean, totalitarian and all that. I'm like, really? I'm like, you was better off just calling them the Skins. And then you got the Kansas City Chiefs, and then you got the Seahawks, which that one I didn't even know was an Indian tribe. And then you got your elite teams, the Giants, the Patriots.
You know what's crazy though? Can't no one group claim the concept of Redskin. It ain't like they call themselves the fucking Washington Navajo or the Washington Incans or, Paiute tribe. They said Washington Redskins. That's a vague term. Shit, T. Wriggle's skin kind of reddish, red skin. So it's like that's a broad, can't no one group. You know what I'm saying? That the ants ought to be mad. They got red skin.
But you know who I feel like is I'm not hating on the Bammers, but I don't understand how Florida State doesn't enter the championship ring with.
Me neither.
They undefeated.
That shows you the politics of this shit, though.
Facts.
And people say, well, it ain't rigged. That is one way right there is rigged. Your fucking team can go undefeated and can be voted out by a group. That show you your votes rigged too with that that
let me say this, Sanchez.
Yeah. Shout out Citizen, man.
Let me say this. Yeah, let me say this. The NFL determines who win games and who loses games. Just like the Electoral College and all that with we know it's a selection, not election. It's the same with the NFL. You could be the nicest player in the NFL that could probably get the team far, but if the NFL don't want you to be successful or don't want, like, when the last time a black quarterback won a Super Bowl, and I'm talking about real black. I hate to bring the race in it, but I'm using this as an example. We know Cam Newton, other could have, huh?
Washington Redskins.
Now, I'm gonna say no in the NFL. I was gonna say now if you count. I guess if you count Mahomes, who's had, I get it, but I'm saying,
what's up, Bobby?
What up with it, bro? Sanchez,
what's good? And my brother Delaney, what's good?
What's good with it, man?
Who asked me that? Cause that was you, Bobby.
Hold on, check this out. We picking and choosing. Is we picking and choosing based off of how niggas act, if they niggas or not?
No. I'm using that as an example because, like Cam Newton and a couple others, they weren't married or had fathers in their life. And the NFL dictates quarterbacks based on that, not just the skin color, but based on that. And so I'm just saying, I'm like, you could have had more that could have won the Super Bowl, but I'm using that as an example. It's not even about the race thing. I'm just saying they dictate who wins and who loses. Like, no team has went undefeated and won the Super Bowl since the Dolphins. The Patriots did it. But then they got there and lost to the elite team called the Giants. The Giants is really just Parliament in England, and the Patriots are really just
but if you making that argument about sports, though, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you're making that argument about sports, then on the inverse, what about basketball? Because they ain't nothing but niggas, and no white boys getting pumped in that. You feel me?
Yeah,
I hate to say it raw like that, but
But think about it. But football is America's team, though. That's what they say too.
No, Dallas is America's team. Football is probably America's league. Football is probably America's sport, but the NBA is an international sport. So you got to look at it like this: the NBA on the inverse. Football always got this stereotype of this tall white quarterback. Cool, that's cool, okay, and that's the prototype. In basketball, the prototype is exactly what you just said. A nigga coming from a no fatherless background and having success and being this, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, and
I feel like they're trying to change that. They're trying to change that with Jokic and all of that shit.
Yo, check this out. I'm finna.
With that young boy that's coming now, Miami, whatever his damn name is. The dude from the UK, the 7'3" dude, man.
I know who you talk about. Check this out, though. Check this out, yo. A lot of people say, why would it be rigged? What would be the point, right? So let me get into that, and then we're going to go into Salute Citizen, man. I got your link up, and we finna go into you debunking some of this stuff, some of the claims that was made by arcades. But check this out, y'all. This why they'll do it. I'm in Vegas, right? Now, the mob run all the casinos and shit. People think that a lot of money is in like the little slots and all that shit. Dude, the money is in the sports betting. I'm talking about in the casino. The casino making more money in the sport, but I'm talking about hundreds of millions from baseball to soccer to bro. And I'm telling you right now, that shit be jumping way more than the crap tables, the slot machines, dude. And I check this out. if you know that you get now the amount of money that's floating around Atlantic City, Las Vegas, we talking billions, right? It's more money on the line in sports betting than it even is with the game itself, or what the players making and the whole fucking ticket sales. So listen, they can't lead this up the grabs because they got the whole system rigged to where the people at the top already know who to bet for because they know who winning. They know the script. They know they got a system with the fucking leagues and the casinos. This is where the script is powerful now because you talking billions of dollars and they ain't gonna lead that shit up the chance. These people like they shit to be predictable.
Yep.
And you know, it would be way easier to let the people think that it's all real and just let like one or two players in on the motherfucking inside what's going on, you feel me? And everybody else that think this shit's real because they'll be acting as if it is real.
And listen,
they'll just be wondering like, hey, why the fuck did he throw that shit like that? Did y'all see that?
And how does this good professional tackler, man?
Like
I watched the video the other day and dude was putting slow motion on the missed tackles, and you know that shit rigged. Ain't no way, dog. Y'all professional. Ain't no way.
I watched the Browns and the Steelers game, and they were fighting over a damn ball, and the Browns running back ran from under the pile, was like, yo, I got it. And they were both looking at each other like, they don't even know we got. And then the ref was making it seem like the ball was still in the pile. You know how the ref would declare which team got the ball after a fumble, and I laughed my ass off. I said that the reason why that happened, they messed up the script. The ball was supposed to still been under the damn pile. The running back done fucked the script up, man. That shit was funny as hell, bro. I'm like, now
and
if
I'm
people can't see that, right? I'm like, fuck it, bro. Listen, I can't help you.
They do not give a fuck about the health of these players. They want to keep talking about, well, if you hit the quarterback this way, it's a penalty. If you push it, if a nigga running toward the out of bounds and you know he about to go out of bounds and you just help his ass, boom, let me go on push you out, make sure you get out. They might call late hit if he fucking just 1 foot on the bounds. It's harder to be a defender now, dog, because it's so petty.
Tom Brady said it best. He said it best. I mean, it's not
so they can control
defender's job to defend the offense. But the reason why they do that, because the NFL realized about 30 years ago that the ratings go up when there's more points in the game. Remember, it used to be more defense and run games, but run games slow the game down.
Yeah.
When you throw the ball and pass the receivers, the ratings go up, the points go up. Yeah. I'm like, pretty soon it's gonna be up to damn Division I college basketball points pretty soon because you can't hit the wide receiver. The helmet is a problem. I get that, not targeting, but I'm like, man, you gotta light their asses up, man. Like,
you know what's crazy with that days, man. With what you just said, bro? It's because if you look at the game now, because the running backs, you don't have no running games and slow games like that no more. You got to have quarterbacks that can fucking take off with the ball, because it's like now that everybody throwing more and shit and it's a faster game, you ain't got a lot of run. Your running back really got to be good on your team to be getting a lot of touches. Whereas,
but they won't even allow him to be good because they'll say, "Well, we're trying to develop the run game," but the running back only touched the ball 4 times. You can't develop a run game with 4 touches. You got to develop it with 20 to 25.
And they ain't trying to. And they don't want
35, 40.
Yeah, and they not want to do it. They don't want to do it no more. It is bad for the league. And I think the NFL.
Oh, and also let me say this, Sanchez. It's also a money thing too. Remember what I told you earlier is business and entertainment, and it's also tied to the injuries that are real. Running backs were getting hurt because a lot of running backs were getting hurt like below the waist with the knees and all that. So they had to find a way to lessen the load up on running backs, which hurts the game. It hurts the game organically, but it helps it on the business side. So what I'm saying is with the running backs, the running backs and the fullback position is a dying position because it's all about the profits. It's about the business side of it. And let me also say this about the running backs. The running back, they always talk about they care about players' injuries, and this go back to what Sanchez said. Running backs get tore up more than anybody, more than the quarterback, more than the wide receiver, and they don't have any damn rules protecting running backs. None. I'm like 0. So I'm like, if they really cared about the players, what about the running back? Tell them you can't hit low no more. You got to get trucked, nigga.
Players don't care about the players.
Hey, let me.
Well, that's true. Well, that's true too.
My fault, citizen, man.
What up, Bobby? What up, everybody on the panel?
What's good?
Yeah, when all pro sports are rigged, right? And back in the day, before they introduced the scripts, they used to use the referees to throw the games, right? But they had a problem with that because the referees, when they'd be out in public, sports fanatics would like physically attack them and beat them up and shit for making bad calls. So what they did is they introduced the scripts, and the NFL commissioner actually publicly came out and said something about the script this year is going to be two brothers against each other in the Super Bowl or something like that.
I seen what.
Oh, you're right. The stories are also tied. The stories are scripted too. They're tied to the game too. Yeah, you're right.
I just seen that like a day ago.
But the rock solid
script went.
You can tell who winning based on the stories. You can tell who gonna win the Super Bowl based on the stories.
Hold on, brother. Let me just get this out real quick. But the sports betting thing kind of proves that the whole thing is scripted, because members of the teams and staff members on the teams are not allowed to participate in sports betting, or they'll go to jail on federal charges for insider trading.
Yep.
Yo,
you know, that's like if you work. That's like if you work That's like if you work for a publicly traded company and that company sells stock on the market, you're not allowed to invest or to trade stocks with that company unless you leave the company or you do it through an entity that's not affiliated with the company. Otherwise, it's insider trading. So that kind of lends credibility to that idea that, you know, the whole thing's scripted and rigged. But I just wanted to
say. That's crazy now. Yeah,
that
definitely.
So it would make sense to only let like one player know. It just let like the ref and like maybe one or two players, like the key players.
The whole league know.
Because think about this, right?
The whole league know. Every player know.
You know what we're reliving our childhoods, guys, and I'm gonna tell you how. All of us grew up watching wrestling. And we didn't think that shit was fake. Keep it real. When we was young, we thought wrestling was real.
I thought Goldberg
ain't never lied.
And
we never lied, bro.
We would fucking we would make little child bets then, and I bet he's gonna win, and him, and we'll fucking have our emotions on the line, not no money on the line, but and the shit was rigged. Just like people betting today.
They made it seem believable too. Because remember when that wrestler
and they always had a storyline with it too.
Yeah, remember when that wrestler Bret Hart brother died and shit, and they like incorporated that shit into some shit, like into like a wrestling episode. Like I swear to God, they did, bro. And they had they had me thinking like that it was like some real hardcore shit going on to why he died in the wrestling match, but really he just was performing a stunt and the stunt went wrong type shit, you know?
This is what I know though. Check this out though, Delaney. If this is the Matrix, when it come down to sports, we all cipher. We all, because no matter what the fuck we sit up here and say, we all finna go back and be like, nigga, but I know this steak ain't real, but I'm finna watch LeBron put up this 30 and like, I'm just being real with it though. It ain't a nigga up here that ain't finna say I ain't finna watch football this Sunday. So
exactly.
Let me add one thing. Let me add one thing.
My Eagles got cheated, yo. Y'all seen Roger?
Hey, peace to the panel.
Look, he said cheated after we just done broke down how this shit real. This nigga still said he cheated. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Ain't even 30 seconds into this shit.
I be pretending, bro.
He emotionally attached, y'all.
Let me give y'all something real. Let me give y'all something real. Do you know, out of all of the sports, right, that football refs are the only ones that have kept the black and white stripes, just to let you know who's in charge here. Every other sport doesn't have black and white. All other refs change their jerseys up, but football has never changed black and white stripes.
So what you mean? What you mean by that though? Like you say black and white. What you mean by that though?
It's just like a checkerboard. It's just like a checkerboard. You know what I'm saying?
It's the classic rep uniform. But check this out, y'all. I want to crank this shit up a notch, but go beyond the sports, right? And I don't know if Citizen Man want to touch on his video and then we can move to some other stuff and we can bounce around. But I got a lot of emails and people want me to review videos and talk about this, talk about that. And I told them I'll do it for Monday. So we can bounce back to the sports too, but the shit definitely rigged and we can talk more about it, but I want to bounce around. So yeah.
Yo.
Yeah,
let me make one more piece on the sport though. This is gonna be real quick.
I'll let you bring it home.
I like in this. Yeah.
I had something I wanted to bring up to after y'all get through, yo.
All right. Because this is gonna allude to what Bobby was saying, like with the Matrix. I think of it even different than that. I think of the NFL, especially as Men in Black. It's like the people in the press box are always in black suits. Everyone else, the players. We're like the aliens. We're like the so-called.
Whatever you smoking on, God bless you, bro.
You heard me. Hello.
Ahead,
we're kind of like the aliens and all that. It's like they control us, just like Men in Black control the aliens. That's what it is.
I
wanted to get back to the rig thing, man. How things
rig, right? About this helicopter on this boat right now. Look at that helicopter on that boat. Let's talk about that.
They tell you that LeBron James spent $1 million on his body every year. That's because the nigga Android, but y'all wouldn't believe that.
See, that's why I want to do it. That's why I want to do it. See, now
they tell you that real shooter.
Nigga went to Dragon Ball Z. He say this nigga is perfect cell. He got a LeBron and LeBron sucked in all the androids. Now
he can't begin you. He can't begin you Dragon Ball Z.
Why can't you believe it? Work hard.
That shit ain't true, cuz they rigging the games. Now we done went all the way from rigging the games to niggas is rope.
Nigga, you stupid. Y'all gotta be stupid. What the fuck you spend $1 million on your body to do?
Hold on, though.
You need to spend $1 million every year on your body to do.
I just want to put out there how ill.
Hold on, cuz. Hey, my nigga, listen to me, cuz. Hey, hold on, though. Hey, bro, you say he spent $1 million on his body, right?
Every motherfucking year.
I know. Hey, check this out.
How good can you make a body?
It don't matter. The good is you want to spend on it. It good as you want to spend on it, nigga. You know how much. It ain't bullshit. If you ain't got a million, nigga, have you ever had a million? Let me ask you this: have you ever had $1 million to spend?
Nope.
So
and I don't want to join the committee.
But how can you say that if you ain't never had a million? Let me ask you this then: have you ever had $5,000 to spend?
Exactly. Everybody have. That ain't no point.
Not everybody had five. Now listen to me though.
If you
find out a nigga like Bobby Knight, listen to me. You find out Bobby Knight every year spend $50,000 on his body and weed. I need weed for my body, and that ticket is $50,000 a year. Am I done? Because don't nobody spend that much money.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you, motherfucker, they tell you a nigga spend $1 million on his body every year.
I spend 50 on my body.
If you got money on massages, my nigga, on your body.
LeBron's a billionaire. Of course, he can spend $1 million on his body.
You can spend it on your body.
That's probably like a real. That's probably like a
BBLs every year.
That million.
Hey, can we talk about this? Can we talk about this helicopter, man? Because I don't believe. I don't believe none of the Android talk, man. Hey, listen. I heard a nigga say Derrick Rose is an Android nigga. So you mean to tell me I grew up with a nigga that was a robot my whole life?
Nigga, man. Hey,
he was a robot walking around the south side of Chicago, bro. Sanchez. You mean to tell me the government so advanced? They made a Derrick Rose robot advanced. Knew this nigga was gonna be in the NBA and put him in the ghetto on the south side of Chicago. It was a $10 trillion android walking around the ghetto.
Hold on, wait. The oil, the leg gear.
We got the neighborhood nigga that we used to go to the school and play hoops, man. Derrick Rose, remember that nigga? Hey, but look, that's a regular nigga, man.
But Chicago, listen, Chicago got to take the Rodman L. He was a good defensive player, but he was weird. Y'all got to take
Rodman. That ain't no Chicago nigga. That's Detroit.
You can't not.
Put that on Chicago. That's a Detroit nigga.
Hey,
That's a Detroit
Robin
nigga.
was solid though, bro.
That's a Detroit nigga, Sanchez. Don't put that on us. That's a Detroit nigga. That's a Draymond Green nigga. All them type of niggas come from up there.
He said Draymond Green.
He from Detroit. That's what I'm saying. Rodman from up there. Draymond Green from up there. All them type of niggas that play like that come from up there.
Hold up, y'all mad at the Dennis Rodman and the Draymond Green? Y'all mad at him? Y'all mad?
Nah,
I'm mad that you said niggas is robots, niggas.
I ain't say that. I didn't say that.
But yeah, let's play. I'm about to play this video though. And we finna. Yeah, I'm ready to play this shit, man. We gonna bounce around. Hold on, let me put the volume on for y'all. Let's go.
Oh man.
Boys, you got to go.
So somebody getting raided on their yacht.
Nigga, this some Rainbow Six Call of Duty shit right here.
Nigga, this
and I fuck with Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six is my shit too.
Yo, if just
hey,
imagine
Jay, that shit look like Rainbow Six. Then them niggas
about to come down.
Imagine,
nigga about to slide on your ass, nigga. Yeah.
You on your yacht chilling, broads everywhere, we drinking and shit. Next day, you know, it's just choppers and shit hovering over our shit. Niggas with ropes dropping down. What the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy.
See, the nigga got this much paper, and you know you doing dirt.
Hey, you gotta play the oh my gosh.
But then what I'm saying, if you got this much, look at this yacht. If you got this much paper and you know you out here doing dirt to where helicopters might pull up on you, you got to have a submarine on the bottom of this motherfucker
Man,
for the escape plan.
Get away.
You feel me, Sanchez? Nigga, I'd have been in motherfucking Ocean
like
Gate, nigga. I'd have been the fuck up out of there, cuz.
You know, you know they coming for you though, man. Come on, man. You doing it like that, you know they coming for you, man. They got their nostrils all open.
You come under the sea, nigga. I'll be down here with Ariel and them niggas.
Okay. All right, so in reference to the video, there's not too much information, background information pertaining to it, like who's on the yacht, but those are obviously U.S. military Black Hawk helicopters. And
bro, it's not what's on the surface, though, G. It's what's on the background, dog.
The first collab with Brother Sanchez and our cakes, he made a comment that said the military arresting these VIPs is a lie and it's not happening because they're all going to hide out underground. This video kind of tells a different story because military, usually if you're committing just civilian crimes and you're getting brought up on civilian charges, it'll be Coast Guard running up on you, not U.S. military Black Hawks. The Coast Guard helicopters are white and red. Those are not white and red helicopters.
Unless you got dealings with them though, bro. It might have been a deal that went bad, bro, and they pulling up like, hey, we were supposed to do this.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you look what's going on, all of these folks let all of these different people build their enterprises and get them all fat and wealthy, and then they find a way to throw them under the bus in the end and confiscate that shit for themselves.
Yes, Trump actually signed an executive order 13818, and it specifies crimes, seizure of property of people involved in crimes against humanity and human trafficking, and a lot of these big yachts.
But to keep it G, I'm just looking when all this stuff is going up for auction, man, so I can go place my bid. But go ahead,
matter of fact, if you look in South Florida, there's a bunch of mansions going for dirt cheap right now, like estate sales all over Florida right now.
Houses up for sale. This gonna sound crazy, right? This gonna sound weird. But nigga, if I had some extra dough, I'll be buying up land, right? But I also will be buying some abandoned lighthouses. I know that sound crazy, right? That sound crazy as fuck. But yo,
what you would do with that light? What would you do with that lighthouse though, Sanchez?
That's what I'm about.
On the same page with you, Sanchez. That's a great idea.
Observation.
Well, look, no. This is what I'm saying. We look at homes. See, we look at homes traditionally, like a triangle roof and all this shit, boom, or fucking plot of land, build me a house on it. What I'm telling you though is people buying. The government got a program. It's people buying abandoned lighthouses. they're big as hell. They turning them into homes, right? But you kind of your own island. It's like your own island in a way. It ain't no shit that, you know, I'm just gonna be, you know, people living in like houses. I show you this shit. But the thing is, that's why I said it's weird, because I would like to own one of the motherfuckers. I think it's some advantages to them militaristically, on some different things you can do to you know, be off the, like some folks live on they got big ass yachts and boats and shit like that rich people, you know, don't use no more, or somebody that the yacht probably don't work or something, but it's still a big nice house, and folks are living that shit and just have it sitting out parked on a fucking front and don't fix it. They just got it for a house. So I'm just saying, it's people doing outside the box. Somebody, what's going on? Hold on. It's people doing outside the box, right, type stuff. Like, it's a dude literally got a house built in a cave, and I swear that shit is fucking like luxury, dude. But it's so fortified. I'm just saying, it's like, it's a lot of rich people buying abandoned military silos, and they got fortresses under the ground. So I'm just saying, have land, houses. I was just thinking outside the box too. A lot of that shit be interesting to me. I don't know why, but I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, a lot of those assets are on the market for cheap right now, man, and you can get them. You can get them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're affordable.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those underground.
If you don't have the cash, but you got a good investment plan, like there was one company that bought 3 old nuclear silos, and they turned it into underground bunkers, like shelters, like fallout shelters. And they were actually funded by a loan company. So they actually put up a couple of million and then got the other few $100 million funded, loaned to them. And they built the bunkers, and they was selling each bunker to, you know, certain wealthy people who were able to buy it at a very, very, very high profit. So you could spend like maybe $100 million on one of those silos, convert it into like 20 or 50 underground apartments, and sell each apartment for like, you know, 30 million, 40 million a pop.
Yeah. So is it just to say that you got it, or just to say like to look cool, like, oh
no? Let me show. What here it is right here, right? Go ahead. It's this right here. It's thinking outside the box, for example, right? Just and this, I'm only talking if you got this kind of money, you know, because a lot of our people, we buy the same shit. But I'm saying, I be peeping what a lot of rich folks are doing. A lot of them is buying a lot of like fortified shit. Like if something happened on the earth, these folks can go into silos. They can still have a luxury house. Like, look at this right here, right? When I told them a dude live in a cave, they thought that I was just talking about some, I don't know what they was thinking, but somebody in the chat room was like, how is dirt fortified? Let me tell you something. If a tornado come right now, your house gonna be laid flat, but this dude gonna still have his luxury home. Dude, this is solid rock. This solid rock.
I don't see nothing wrong. I don't see nothing wrong with living underground,
climate control
bro, at all. I don't see nothing.
The climate control down there is actually pretty efficient. It's really efficient too, because those rocks tend to maintain a stable temperature throughout the year, whether it's hot outside or cold outside.
Yeah.
Only thing I will be worried about is not getting sunlight.
But look at this though. There go your sunlight.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You're gonna have sunlight. You know what I'm saying? Now, it is some cave houses that's so deep off in the rock where they have to do their own kind of little light simulations and shit. I saw one dude with a
UV lights.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And
it's the same kind of lighting they use to grow like marijuana indoors and shit. The same kind of lighting, because if it can grow a plant, it can supply you with all the UV rays you need.
Like some magnify. Glass the kind of trace.
Your mic breaking up.
Yeah, bro, you cutting in and out real bad.
You breaking up.
you know, those underground basically habitats. There's some that are like 8 levels underground in each level, right? And they're going for like 13.4 million. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I fall back.
Yeah, I live in some shit like this, boy. I ain't y'all better quit playing. They talking about cavemen shit. Nigga, that's hey, I'm telling you now.
Okay.
That shit dope. Shout out, man, to the sister, to the panel. Yeah,
that's all right, but I ain't living on underground.
And it's ducked off though. I'm going.
It's real ducked off. It's like it's in nature too. It's over with.
Yeah, man.
As y'all
for
see
real.
my picture, I like to kayak. I like to be in nature. So that's my thing.
You know you're gonna feel real grounded.
I've seen this exact one, Sanchez. Yeah, that's the right one.
You feeling grounded like a motherfucker sleeping up in there though. But it's something I wanted to talk about, right? I want to talk about the Great Pyramid versus all the other structures on Earth at some point too. And I'm checking my emails, man, and okay, Keith wanted me to open up this Terrence Howard shit. You know, that's 20 minutes, and I'll check
you
it
probably
out.
don't want to open that shit right now. I was just going. That's why I said I was just going to tell you about this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
Pretty
I don't
much,
know what's going on with Terrence Howard.
He
like
was
Terrence Howard.
Hold on, real quick. He was pretty much like explaining like some shit. Like he getting into some deep shit finally. Like he ain't talking about that other little weird shit he was talking about before. He talking about like the flower of life and like vibration and shit. The nigga said he trying to make a harmonic frequency resonator and shit to get rid of motherfucking all types of ailments and shit without having to do surgeries and give motherfuckers medicine and shit. So I thought, that's some pretty cool shit and shit. Check out. But yeah, that's about it.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Terrence Howard, but he is breaking down some real serious knowledge where I don't trust him.
If it works, they're gonna get him up out of here.
And hold up, but you know what I don't get? I don't get because the last video I saw of him, he was all over the place on some heliocentric Saturn type shit or something like that. It was real weird. And it's like he went back, watched a couple of videos from around the web, and now like, oh, okay, it's about frequency and shit now. I don't know, but yeah.
Either that or the nigga genuinely trying to find some knowledge, and he started off thinking that he knew some shit and did a little bit more research and found out that he didn't know some shit.
I ain't mad at him though.
No,
if he's spending his money to go into gadgets and shit like that, that's showing me he's some kind of serious with it.
I thought it was cool because I'm like, at the end of the day, if he did come out with some shit like that, I mean, it'll probably make him a target if anything. But if he did come out with some shit like that, it'll actually help some motherfuckers.
I'm gonna be honest with you. At this point, at this point, right? At this point, a celebrity can come out and do what the fuck they want pretty much, but besides just straight up tell you the truth out of their mouth, right? Terrence is making a product to
that's one I seen last lot.
Hold on, damn man. So it's like at this point the people so dumbed down, man. It's crazy because I do see a lot of ex-rappers, ex-actors saying stuff, getting into conversations that you would think, well, damn, man, won't you get in trouble if you engage in this conversation? And now it can be a silent infiltration for all we know, because it can be eventually to get into these spaces, hey, man, it's just like, hey, I don't know. It's something I'll be wary of, and even if P. Diddy.
I definitely worry, bro. Yeah. I'm telling you, because I know exactly where you coming from, because they using the celebrities to try to infiltrate the spaces. That's why I was thinking to myself, like, man, fuck all of the shit that he talk about. If he actually came out with the shit, and showed motherfuckers he was healing people, no side effects, using vibration frequencies and shit, then I really be like, oh yeah, okay.
But you guys know that stuff he put out, man, that shit's like 10 years old, that video. It's not even recent. That video is really old, and it's around the time where we stopped seeing him.
No, I ain't even know that. I thought it was recent.
We have
it's
to
old.
say this though. A lot of this, everything that we know is old stuff. We just like rebirthing it. A lot of the stuff that we be talking about, even on the older shows, or like we used to chop it up.
The Waffle House.
You know what I'm saying? This is like a rebirth. This is like a rebirth. This is like a rebirth of information that's coming through, man. But go ahead though. My bad.
I got another video. I got another video to share from Zach Pack real quick. It's called "The Celtic People Are the Tartarians." That's interesting.
Yeah, he cold. I like him. He cold.
Okay, I never heard him. Let me see here. It's just 3 minutes, so I'm gonna play it out.
The Tartarians were part of the Moorish Empire, but so I told you that the Tartarians were part of the Moorish Empire, but when I say I got your ass, oh, I've got your ass.
Sir, you haven't even bought me dinner. It's just like that one time at the Waffle House. It's so rude. Anyway, I like your material, but I've got to disagree with you about Tartaria, because it wasn't Moorish, it was Celtic. This book from 1782 drops.
It can be both, though, I'm just saying, but let's go.
Bombs. It's titled A Grammar of the Iberno-Celtic or Irish Language by Charles Vallancey. He states that the Celts came from the east, from the area of Tartaria, and split off and sent colonies into Europe and the British Isles. That this splitting into 3 different colonies was called Tunguska, the 3 people. And it continues that the language of the Manchu Tartars was Celtic Ogham. Ogham, also known as Colbran, was the language of the bards and druids. And we can see the motif of the people of 3, Tunguska, play out over and over again in Celtic and Druid lore. And Tunguska, as a place name, should be very familiar to some viewers as the site of a massive blast event smack dab in the middle of Tartarian territory. I'd like everybody to make note of just how much the story has changed from the 1700s to the propaganda given to us by archaeologists and historians today. So, the obvious question is, aside from linguistics, have they found any Celtic remains in these areas? And the answer is yes. In an area of northwest China known as the Tarim Basin in the Taklamakan Desert, they've been finding Celtic mummies for decades. These mummies, known as the Tarim mummies, are all Caucasian.
Now see, that's when I say bullshit. Y'all, I just something about mummification, but let's play it out.
They have red or blonde hair and green eyes. Many of them have Celtic facial and body tattoos, and some even wear plaid tartans made of European sheep wool. There's even evidence of witches and druids, such as these, the witches of Subeshi, wearing their tall pointed witch hats. But you will never...
And wait, they still in the ground, right, exposed to the elements after thousands of years with the hat on, the dress on, and all that. But it's people, if you dig them up now after hundreds of years, they dust. Ashes to ashes.
What I want to ask about this though, does this speak to the origin of existence, or they just talking about a story? I'm kind of confused.
No, they're talking about the proof that the Celtic people were Tartarians by studying mummies. And I'm saying, that they got the first proof to me that mummification is real, because what I'm saying is this: if you go to Egypt, right, they got mummies in Egypt, right? But at a certain time of the year, like twice a year, they shut the tourism down and they do what they call maintenance on it. And I'm saying, for all we know, they can be rechanging the corpses and shit and faking the whole mummy shit, because ain't no way.
Why would they have to do maintenance on it? Right. On something that's thousands of years old? Right there, that already, the red flag's already there, Sanchez.
You see,
and then, hey, Sanchez, didn't you show that? Didn't you show that picture of the what they said they found a little body? It looked like clay. It looked like clay. It was like a clay, like made up looking sculpture or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what's going on with that? Yeah, okay.
So what they do, right? They'll find a skull in the ground, and they'll say, "Well, we're gonna."
I was just trying to add to go ahead, bro. My bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the video, but yeah, your mic breaking up real bad, bro. I don't know what you got to do to it, but I'm letting you know.
Unplug it and plug it back or something. That's horrible.
Archaeologists and historians today.
We gotta play this out.
So, the obvious question is, aside from linguistics, have they found any Celtic remains in these areas? And the answer is yes. In an area of northwest China known as the Tarim Basin in the Taklamakan Desert, they've been finding Celtic mummies for decades. These mummies, known as the Tarim mummies, are all Caucasian.
People, I'm gonna tell you what organic matter breaks down after you. In other words, flesh and bone can't still be here when there's certain metals that have already turned to dust. We are not fucking superhumans. We are made out of organic tissue and material that breaks down. Imagine leaving an apple after you pick the apple off of a tree. Just sit it outside and see how long it take it to rot and turn and change colors, and you know you're the same. And and for you to outlive you take a human body, right? You put it in the ground, and we're saying that these bodies weren't even in caskets. They was exposed to the elements, to the vultures, to the carnivores, to the insects. All of that. And look at how well this thing is preserved. Ain't no bite marks on the nose. You mean to tell me no coyote dug it up and bit a piece of chin off? The hair still intact. The clothes, that hat is on her head like she put it on yesterday. That shit on her head better than mine.
That's what you're saying, Sanchez?
That's Halloween. That's Halloween all over again. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, what you're saying though, Sanchez, is a guy on YouTube that broke down why zombies are impossible. And that adds on to what you're saying here with the mummies. I'm like, this is not possible. That body would decompose. The worms would eat it. The moth would eat up that hat. The moths would tear that apart. I'm like, how in the world were they able to protect this so-called mummy from all that? This is bullshit, bro.
This is.
I done seen. Let me just say a part of this. I done seen when I was younger with ants and stuff. Like I would throw dirt and water on top of certain ant hills, and they'll just climb right up out of it. They'll eat it all up, and just like little pieces, piece by piece, just break it apart and get up out that hole. You know what I'm saying? It would take me more like if I was to pour some lava or the molten metal into there to stop their growth. But if it's just water, or if I just throw more dirt on top of them, they'll climb up out of that. So to me, it seemed like they'll just eat through that too. They'll eat through anything.
You want to know what that
has
to say?
And hold on, one real quick. See, this is what I'm saying.
Trying to make a mockery of Egypt.
People don't really think outside the box. This community was a community based upon deep thinking, critical thinking, but people think they deep by saying they found the mummy and what the mummy proved. I'm like, dude, you reinforcing their propaganda. I thought we left the mainstream science. Or we built the community to question it or rival it. But most people just come over here, reinforce the same shit that they telling us and say, well, where's your sources? And now we just, it ain't the conscious community no more. It's to reinforce the mainstream science community now. Don't think outside the box. People don't see that that's what's going on though.
Now, it used to be alternative media.
Now, would y'all say something that's repeated or something that's been shown, like especially even in our lifetime right now? Would y'all agree with whatever is showing right now has already been duplicated? It's already been processed. It's already been churned up. That's why we have what we got right now, because it's already been done. Would y'all agree with that?
Yeah, we go watch this.
They have red or
I
brown.
got lost there.
Many of them have Celtic facial and body tattoos.
Same here.
And some even wear plaid tartans made of European sheep wool. There's even evidence
of
witches and druids.
You fine, bro. We're gonna let you reiterate on it in a minute. But I just wanted to see what because like look at this shit, dog. Think about this. these people would have been on Earth. This stuff is at least 1,000 years old. These folks survive longer than a lot of strong woods and shit. I'm just saying, if I take a baseball bat and hit you in your arm, I could break your bones with it, because that's showing that wood out there is stronger than your damn bones. Because I can't take a human bone and break a tree, but I can break your bone with a wood bat. So we're very fragile. And we break down quick, we decompose. So my thing, you shouldn't be even outliving wood. Your bones shouldn't be outliving wood, in my opinion.
But you can snap a branch though. It depends on how deep the root, how deep that branch or that wood is though. You know, you could break it, you can snap. Snap
the point that I'm making is this, right? If me and you getting into a fight, and it's two weapons we get to choose from, a Louisville Slugger or a human bone, which one you picking up?
That's a hard question, man.
Okay,
like
I'm pulling up that bat.
The Slugger might get you, but he might be able to parry the bat.
I'm getting the bat, man. Can you imagine him swinging a bone that be a thigh bone, and I got this bat? I got this bat. But check this out. But that's what I'm saying, though. Like, you know which one's stronger. So that's the point. Like, we gotta just make it simple and look at it simplified and see that it's bullshit like this. And it's deep, because the whole mummy deception goes into what I was saying about how the paleontology field have been infiltrated too. And that's how we say, well, hold on, dude. Let me say this. So check, I'm all for the bat, man. I'm all for the bat. Cool. But check this out. My whole point is mummification is bullshit. And fossilization is bullshit. The dude that I interviewed, Jerry DeCamp, the mud fossil shit, bullshit. Any kind of form of fossilization is bullshit. You got people saying that the entire earth used to be petrified. Bullshit. You telling me that the whole world was wood and then it somehow became organic matter, like this fairy tale shit.
Such as these, the witches of Subeshi wearing their tall pointed witch hats. But
ain't that so convenient that if I want to prove to you the existence of these deities, that now all I got to do, think about it. Everything they want to historically prove, they dig it out the ground and don't nobody find it but them. And they know where to look for it at. They just got a detector. Oh, if we dig here, we're going to find witches. People building caves, underground houses when they ain't never stumbled across Lucy Bones. It's only one group of people making these discoveries, and we don't see how they're forging their findings and rewriting history. But let's go.
But you will never hear them called Celtic, because it's a huge politically incorrect no-no to call them what they actually are.
I'm going to take it back a little, because I want to let
The Terra mummies are all Caucasian. They have red or blonde hair and green eyes. Many of them have Celtic facial and body tattoos, and some even wear plaid tartans made of European sheep wool. There's even evidence of witches and druids, such as these, the witches of Subeshi, wearing their tall pointed witch hats. But you will never hear them called Celtic, because it's a huge politically incorrect no-no to call them what they actually are. I swear, it really is annoying to me to be a grown adult and watch other grown adults play deliberate make-believe to cover up their own history. Later in Tartarian history, the originators were forced out and erased by a group known as the Oghuz. The Oghuz eventually started attacking Europe and sent across an army to North America to attack the civilizations that were there. If you'd like more information about that, check out the book we offer, The Lost Empire in North America.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Like, this
is full of it.
Yeah, because if you're teaching that the Tartarians were Caucasian, that's a lie. Because the Tartarian were a multi-mixture of people. This is facts. just like Americans are. Got all different kind of people. It was like a melting pot type of civilization.
And I think that that's why they try to label it like a race. You know what I mean? Like if you notice how they always try to put their race into it. Like why do they assume that race is pure? You know, we can't find a pure Caucasian person today. You know, so what makes them think like, oh yeah, this dude was Caucasian? Like, bro, that's not even a thing.
It's important for them to insert themselves so they don't be left out of the actual history. That's what I think.
I agree.
And another point is just because people wore plaid, that don't tell you what race they are. Everybody wear plaid. Mm-hmm. That's like finding a dead body, a decomposed body with a pair of Nikes and saying, yeah, he was black because niggas wear Nikes.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if y'all caught this, but he mentioned eye color. How do you know the eye color of a decomposed body? The eyes aren't there.
You know what I'm saying? Just making up shit. See, and that's because, you know, but the whole concept of let me go back to this shit.
They've been finding Celtic.
Bro, look at this. Do that look like hundreds of years old? This look like a nigga that just died yesterday. Damn.
Yesterday. I was just about to say yesterday. I was just about to say.
Yo, they're crazy, man. They think
you know they lying.
God damn. And look at what he wearing, y'all. You think that them clothes is old? That look like a robe they got out of Ross, man. Just money.
He just jumped out the shower, bro. He just jumped out the shower.
Hey, for real though.
This is crazy.
ChatGPT told me weeks our body to compose fully.
Hey, Sanchez.
He said bad, but yeah, he pimping, man. Yeah. God damn.
Sanchez.
People ain't opening they. Oh yeah, go ahead, whoever that is. You got the Florida. This is fucking crazy. Now y'all got me want to do a mommy roast, boy. We ain't shit. Man. Hello? What the other one? Yeah, you got it, bro. You got it.
Oh, y'all hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh,
yeah.
Talk your shit,
hello.
Man.
What's up, man? Hey, Sanchez, this is my very first time.
Oh wow.
Oh, salutes, man. Welcome to the bit.
I have to say this, man. I'm really excited that I'm here. And I've been watching you since I was, I don't know, like 17.
Oh.
Young Pharaoh versus Bro Sanchez Flat Earth debate. Uncut.
Oh man, you classic stuff.
Yeah, man. I came from Young Pharaoh. That was my first awakening. My very first awakening. And then I came across to you, and everything just changed, man. Like my whole life changed, my whole perspectives changed.
I'm glad, man, that I was able to.
I'm happy for you, brother.
Make you question
man.
reality.
Really big.
That's powerful.
Really
I appreciate
big,
it.
For real. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm Nigerian. You know, I'm born in the Netherlands, but I know about all this bullshit in this world. The way racism and all this stuff, and the way Africans act towards American Aborigines. You know, and it's just sad how the Black diaspora is just all the way messed up because of eugenics.
That's facts, though.
Yeah, but back to the topic.
But
because look, right now,
it's also language too, man. It's the words, bro. The words got us fucked up. Go ahead,
check this out, because I want to go back to the topic, like he said, right? Because and salutes to him too, man. Let's drop a bomb for that. Speaking of mommies, y'all, one of the freaking funniest mommies, though, how you know it's all bullshit. Now, this is called Cheddar Man. Cheddar Man is hundreds of years old, but look at that good pimp hairdo he got, man. And
good
look, hold up. But no,
dude,
bro,
hey, he hella swagged up though. He hella swagged up. Look at him.
But you know what's so crazy about this nonsense? He's the first known British man to have dark skin and blue eyes.
Also,
yo, Sanchez, look at the picture on the right. He look like he's about to laugh.
Yeah, man. Because come on, if you could show me, this is worse than Jesus being a fucking Middle Eastern dude that's white and being a Jew at the same time and all that. You telling me that? Show me a dark skinned British dude who's a white man with dark skin, but he got blue eyes. Like,
they also said this about the first.
Look at that sensei beard.
They also said that the first Dutch people also look like Mr. Jellerman. Like, it doesn't work, man.
And see, and this
and
is
the
right.
white people were pissed off when they found out that black people come from all over this planet. So, but other than that, I think this is bullshit as well.
Yeah, and look, it's racist to white people too, because what it's telling all my white folks out there, salutes, right? It's saying that
one of them.
This is a racism against and a smack, because it's saying this shows white skin could be a recent phenomenon. I mean, y'all ain't created by the Most High Creator that created the trees and everything else in creation. White people are a mutation that recently happened. That's what they're trying to say.
They might be archons. No,
they're saying white people are a mutation that recently happened. And I'm saying white people ought to be offended by that. You ought to say, listen, we all come from the Creator like everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
And if we were manipulated at some point, you know, it doesn't really change anything. We're still who we are, you know. We're still who we are.
Big facts.
Yeah. But also, I think the whole narrative about white people being new is just the same eugenics story, but in reverse for them, if you get what I'm saying. Like, white people have amnesia too. Like, their history is also like very jaded because all the history that's written is fake. So
check this out. Check this out, though. If we want to pull up if we want to do this black white type of thing, can we literally just pull up a color chart and just be like, okay, hey, you're this, you're that. You know what I'm saying?
That joint is pseudo. The whole color, yo, bro. I'm glad you brought that up. The color chart is pseudo. Real talk. If we pull it up, you'll see, and we can pull it up. Hold on. It's all based on pseudo.
But it wouldn't be that obvious. Like, hey, it's people come in different shades, man.
Because they're gonna, you know why I say that? Because they basing it on the out of Africa theory with the Lucy thing, and then with melanin.
Because the whole white thing, I'm looking at the clouds right now. I'm right on my patio. I see white, and then I look, and then what they compare to white, it's not white. It's more so difficult. Even myself, they call me black. I'm considered black in society, but I'm nowhere near black. I got a black sweater on right now. And then the outside of my phone is black like that. I'm not that shade. So how do I get related with such a thing? I don't understand.
I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how. But let me show you how divisive and evil these people is. Just take Cheddar Man for example, right? They saying that these findings gonna bring us together and stuff, but they know that it's dividing us and doing just the opposite. It said Cheddar Man should mark the end of racism, not continue it. How you think it ain't gonna be divisive when you pull this dude up and you tell white people that they are a mutation? Then you're gonna be telling the black people that they are basically Africans, that because Cheddar Man is a mutation of the monkey, Lucy, and all them. It's a whole evolution to him getting here and all that.
It's Darwinism again. It's Charles Darwin all over again. Everything about that shit is just Charles Darwin.
So it's divisive.
God was a monkey.
It's divisive anyway. They trying to act like this is the knowledge that's gonna bring us together, man. This is dumb forging of. This is fake science. How we see NASA is giving us fake science. It's a whole science department that's doing CGI is actors, right? Why don't we look at paleontologists the same? Because if you really think about it, right, they whole jobs is based around finding thousands of year old bones and stuff. And guess what? Ain't no other human finding it, just them. Why on if paleontology is real, people digging wells in their backyard for hundreds of years ought to stumble across some of these bones too, not just y'all. And I got plenty articles that I can pull up where it's showing that a lot of these sites are forged, where they got the crew going in there years prior to it, putting shit under the ground, and they'll come back a decade later when ain't nobody know it was planted and say, look what we found, and have people fucking taking pictures of them undigging it. A lot of folks have blew the whistle on it.
They do that with everything, though.
Well, I was just gonna say though this too though, because I used to be a truck driver, right? I drove around the country, America. You know what I'm saying? North America, right? So I seen certain places like I'm from Nebraska originally, so I ain't really been outside, but until I started driving trucks and I start to, survey the land because I was driving trucks, and I seen certain places, man, like certain mountainous areas. It looked like there used to be civilizations there. Like what is going on? And I was never shown this stuff. And I'm sure there's something like that in other places, not only in this continent. I'm just saying. It's so interesting to be able to view those things and then look and to sit on a high level and then look and scope the city that I'm in and see that it's flat, but going to other places to see that there used to be a civilization there. And just from my eyes, just from me seeing this, I could just tell people used to be here. There used to be something here. And then what I see on the cities, on the metropolis like type cities, they just throw dirt on top of it. They just bury that shit underground. They just keep throwing dirt on top of it, dirt on top of it, to seem like it never existed. But there's civilizations that already been here, man. And it gets buried or into the lake or to the ocean. That's crazy to me. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
They
Salute
could
to the
find.
panel.
Who?
Netherlands. Go ahead, my man.
But yo, Sanchez, you remember the Richard Pryor skit? I'll tell you everything about that. When he's in the cave, they're talking about the archaeologists and all that. He discovers everything is black, so they lock him in the cave.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Salute to the panel. So let's go back to, from a biblical standpoint, when God said he made you in the image and likeness, how could you believe in evolution? So you believe God made you a deformed monkey, and then man had to, so God was flawed in the beginning? I'm just saying, if you believe in you're a Christian or believe in.
I'm just
wondering, how do you believe in evolution? How do you believe in that? That's racism at its best.
You're right. It definitely, it's definitely I'm 100% agreement. And it's crazy, man. You know why they believe in it? Because they believe in mummies. A lot of people saying to me, like, why I'm talking about the mummies probably. That's why people believe in dinosaurs, fossilization, mummification.
Eugenics.
All of that stuff is how they can sell you this stuff. It's like this little guy right here, right? People will say, yo, they found the little alien mummy. And this proof, we know aliens are real, and this thing is about the size of let me show you how small he is. Now people
is that just physical attributes though? Is that just physical attributes?
What do you mean?
Like, is that just physical attributes as far as what's something that's being seen to say that, oh, we see this form of whatever the fuck we found?
It's just them saying we found the alien mummy, so that proves there's little aliens out there. It's very simple what they're doing.
Okay, well, I believe in this. I do believe in this type of evolution as a
hold on, let me finish. Let me land my plane, bro. Hold on a second. So my point though with the whole mummy thing is that once they convinced us mummies are a thing and mummies are real, they'll start pulling any and everything out of the ground. Next thing you know, they're gonna put a leprechaun out the ground, a little leprechaun, and say, see, leprechauns are not folklore. We found the leprechaun mummy. Anything they want to sell us, they always find a mummy of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's facts.
But how come they want to find all the mummies in the ground, but they don't want to find these Tartaria buildings up under thousands of miles and all these monuments? Why they don't want to find these?
Because that's black people shit.
That's too obvious. It's too obvious. It's like, don't believe your lying eyes. We live in the Matrix. Up is down, down is up. They tell you, don't believe what's right in front of you.
You got to understand white supremacy spreads across all apparatuses of our life. So anything that we'd have been ever told, it was told to you in a way to make white people feel superior to you.
Yeah, and listen,
not to nobody else.
No, hold up.
That's right. Say that.
Now, hold up. Now, do you believe that though?
Hey, say
yes,
that.
Sir.
Can I holler at say that for real? Hold on, everybody. Let me host the show for a second. It's a lot of hot mics, right? But check it out. Say that. When I bring up the whole white aspect of this shit, people think that I'm pulling a race card. But I'm glad you brought that up because people don't like knowledge when it comes. They want to put their head in the sand. That's an ugly cancer in America that we were born into. Us talking about it and addressing it don't make us the boogeyman. It makes us brave people because we're addressing it and dealing with it, and it make everybody else cowards and being selective in what they want to acknowledge as truth in the world or not. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
no matter what black people have ever done, no matter what it is, they'll always put their spin on the shit, and you know to where their people feel uplifted by the shit.
I'm finna land here because my thing is this: how they monopolize history is that look, what color are all of the paleontologists? What's the first 4 letters of it? They pale. Now, I ain't finna be racist here. I love all people. I love all people. I'm just saying, I peeped the game. Let me give it to the people, and I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna let y'all go, I swear. So they got a monopoly in anthropology to where when they go around the world, yo, and they interview all of these tribes and they misinterpret what these tribes are teaching. They come back and write all the books and they monopolize the book game. So whenever someone looking for this sacred knowledge, you can run into all these pseudo-Masonic authors that archaics be putting on a pedestal lying about the Dogon and stuff like that. But anyway, my thing is, they also saying we the ones going around the world digging up all the mummies that's supporting our evolution, eugenics, Darwinism, and our goddamn their pseudo beliefs. Everybody else that comes with their information, they say where your sources at, where your what are you a paleontologist? They deem themselves the experts and they forge history and they doing it in our time. These folks are forging all of these sites, man. That's what I'm saying. You think they really found the little alien in the ground? You think they finding? Listen, right?
Think about it this way.
I'm a land here. Listen, you think like that little alien I showed y'all, that's a mini man, and they ain't talking about the 50 Cent song. Many men, they find it goddamn many men out this motherfucker. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, think about it though, you've never seen a black paleontologist, a Chinese one, a Mexican one. You ain't never seen a Venezuelan paleontologist. They always white. I'm just sorry. We don't want to. It is nothing about me. You know, I ain't got nothing against white people, but what white people have to understand is you all were lied to, and you ain't even a part of this shit. Imagine being white and not having the privilege. You can't even just go to the UN because you're a white guy. They only told you to feel superior towards black people.
I got one for you. How come they never find themselves? They're always digging up niggas.
Right. But that's part of the reason why they have to keep the shit secret, because they ain't gonna dig up nothing but niggas.
They only can find us. Ain't no other person besides.
I mean, they're not indigenous to no part of the world. I mean, they're not indigenous to the Caucasus Mountains. I don't want you to believe that.
That's why I say it's the words, man. The
Well,
words
I just found a black
scrambled up,
paleontologist.
man. That's why I'm saying. But go ahead, though.
I just found a black paleontologist, yo.
And you can find a black astronaut too.
I'm just saying, just by thinking, just by thinking, divide and conquer, racism is the worst thing on this plane, for real.
Yeah, that's all. But all structures of society, all structures of society are ran off of racism.
Programming.
See, and you know why I'm glad y'all brothers having this conversation. Like, people will look at this like an innocent scientific finding. I look at it like modern racism. And like I always say, these people that are finding everyone else's ancestors in their backyards, they ain't finding their own ancestors in their backyards. Let's ask a question about why is that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm glad you said that too. How the hell do these people know more about my ancestry than I do? Like, hold up, what's going on with that?
Look at this shit.
I find that peculiar. Facts. My bad. Go ahead though.
No, that's facts though, because look, they saying
the DNA bullshit. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's the racist thing is like they saying, well, we holding your great grandmother's skull in our hand. And now we can speak for the dead because finders keepers. This is a law that the pirates created. Finders keepers. Look at this. This dude is telling you this is your great grandmother. I dug her up, and now I can tell you your history now. Because I have a relationship with the dead. You got to understand the subconscious programming going on, what gives them this power to do that, why it's accepted. You see what I'm saying? It's a big game that the pirates made the law for and all that. Is forgery involved. It's a big deception. I need to do more videos on this, I see.
Well, I look at it like this. I look at it like this in the crayon. I look at it like this, fellas. This is how I look at it. I'm gonna leave it like, let me get this out and I gotta run, right? If you take the crayon box, if we're really black and they're really white, how come when these two colors mix, the kids aren't gray?
I was just about to say that. I'm following
y'all
you,
know that we don't mean black and white. Hold on. Yeah. We ain't gonna do that one, man. Because I'm gonna be honest, yo. When we say black and white, we're not mixing crayons and crayon colors.
But that's the problem. But that's the problem.
Wait. No, it's not, because listen, if you look up the words, it's political terms. See, the way that our politicians group people in a society is up to them because they in power. And if they choose to put people in skin tone group brackets in America and the Western world based upon them being divisive, that's a dumb system of government that they using to keep their people divided by some stupid like skin tone.
But it's not skin tone though, Sanchez. It's not though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I know but listen, this is how they play on it though. Because at law, black and white are political terms, but then the stereotype is that the brown skinned people fit the blacks by law in politics mostly. And that's how you get the concept of white privilege, that most white people automatically, because of their skin color, can be white in politics too.
Exactly.
And you agree with the panel.
Also, shit, I know dark Arabians, Hispanics that are considered white, man. Like, for real.
Only in America. Only in America. In America. Because they're not indigenous niggas.
That's right.
See, when you're an indigenous nigga, you can't be nothing but that. They won't even allow you to put some other shit on your application. But an African can come to America and be considered white. And he black as a motherfucker.
Yeah,
that's just the truth.
And that's something they not teaching us, that we need to look more into, like with the legal terms and all that. That's being used against us. It's so much legalese pirates laws and fucking symbolism, corporate law, all that, man, being used to make us slaves, yo. Knowledge is really powerful. Yeah,
it also makes it easier for them to lie about the population in America, about 13%, 14%. It also makes it easy for them to lie about it.
We may have never been 13% of the population, man.
I think it's
you can't
probably
believe their
30%.
numbers. You can't believe their numbers. Everywhere I ever been, everywhere I ever been, it's been black people.
You can't believe it.
I think it's 30 or 40%.
But you know what?
I'm a little scared, man, because where I be going, man, I don't even see people that look like me. I'm like, damn, where my people at? I'm like, damn, nigga, where the motherfuckers that look like me at?
That's because we ain't heard about it yet. Every time we hear about something that's comfortable, we go move there, and they move out.
I want to ask y'all a question though. Now that our minds are open though, can we see, like, when we look at this kind of stuff right here that is racist? We don't, cause look, when I was waking up and shit and I ain't know much, I used to be like, yo, you know, we gods and we Egyptians and we come from Africans. I was like a Pan-African. I was at a certain level of knowledge. And I was literally going on the fact that they found the oldest bones in Africa. But I didn't know that, well, I did know that I was saying, you know, well, our people come from monkeys then in so many ways. But I was willing to accept that, to say, well, we was first and we actually, you know, boom, boom, boom. It was weird. But the thing is, I didn't realize I was in another religion. Like, it's deep when you look at images like this, because like I said now, and I'm not trying to be racist, these guys are never finding their own. People still wonder what's the origin. They the one created the concept of races, and they telling you how all the races originated, but they own. That's my point. And then they can find everybody's skulls to link them to their motherland and origins, but it's a mystery on what cave they came out of and this and that. So,
so like the question is like, where the skeletons and the fossils of Odin and the Asgardians and the white Vikings and all that shit.
Every time they find one, they turn up to be black people.
Right.
All of them.
I want to ask
who you name.
Because
all
like
of
I
the
said,
I want to ask this. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if a white dude came up to a black person and called him a monkey, they shouldn't be mad if we agree with these skulls on a scientific level. But see, I debated a lot of Pan-Africans on this topic, and they'll say, well, we didn't come from monkeys, it was chimpanzees. And then I'm like, what the hell? But
like,
go
bro,
ahead.
If you shave a chimpanzee down and take the black his hair off, he pale though.
He look like a pale.
I said that one day. I said this on one of your other podcasts, though.
Man.
I said this on one of your other podcasts, man. When you shave a monkey, he look like a white man.
Yeah, he pale.
You shave any ape, they look like white people. None of them have melanated skin.
But I ain't gonna lie, y'all. When y'all seen the evolutionary chart growing up, he ain't turned into a black man. He started from a monkey.
Yeah, they do.
When you seen the evolutionary chart when we was growing up, he was a monkey, then he turned into a full-fledged white man. He never turned into me. I was growing up like I ain't no monkey.
Hey, yo, isn't that one of the Mandela effects that Curious George had a tail and then he didn't have a tail? So what's the evolutionary, similarity to that? You feel me?
I'm gonna tap back in. I gotta go get my son, but go. Yeah, y'all be up there. I'll be back.
Hey, salutes, my brother. For sure, man.
I think it's also really weird that in the evolution theory you see all monkeys, and then you just see a white man, but somehow everybody believes niggas is monkeys. How?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna pull up that evolutionary chart.
I don't want y'all to look over the Mandela effect of the monkeys and the apes having.
No, we can't get on the Mandela effect. That don't really.
That's it. That ain't no Mandela effect. That
ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Evil.
But look though. Remember the Mandela effect of Curious George is that he did and he didn't have a tail, and then the evolutionary process shows monkeys or apes turning into humans you know, through the evolutionary phase. But isn't it that like apes don't have tails or something like that?
I can't even take that serious, man.
I know it's funny when you first hear it, but if you think about it for a second with the Mandela and the
Listen, man,
kind of interesting.
Mandela effects are based off of server information. Like they cut off certain information so you can't go find the same old shit no more. Don't be so fooled by this shit, bro. Ain't no such thing as a Mandela effect.
Hey, bro, I'm playing coy right now. What I'm saying
I'm just telling you why not to work your mind up. You got a bright mind. Work that motherfucker another kind of way. That Mandela effect.
Let me land with this. Let me land with this. Hey, look, y'all. God's so stupid, y'all. Look, we see the trees, all the beautiful plants, all the fruits. This dumb God so stupid. He had to make a motherfucker a monkey.
Yeah, look at this shit right here, bro. Look at this shit, yo.
He couldn't even control Lucifer. He couldn't even control his own motherfucker.
You know what's crazy is that when we say that the world come from monkeys, we saying that the Egypt. Like, bro, just take a look at this timeline. I can't make this up. Pull up an evolution timeline. I can pull up many of them. This just one of them right here. And I like this one because it got the Flintstone right there, Homo erectus, and it breaks it down so clear. They teach us 5 million, I could go before this one. They teach us a few billion years ago, a rock landed in the ocean near Africa, right? And that rock had the germ of humanity on it, and it impregnated the ocean. And that became like the fish man single cell organism. We were like Dagon, right? Fish people. And we came out the ocean from being fish, but we weren't human yet. We went from a fish to a chimpanzee, right? So now we in our chimpanzee form. That's 5 million years ago, Australopithecus. We went from chimpanzee to Bigfoot, half human, half chimp, right? So that was a moment where we like this Bigfoot type creature, right? Then that evolved to this Flintstone type humanoid creature that's no longer monkey-like, but he's hairy as hell, and he's now carving stones. Now they see what they doing. They setting him up to get ready to build the pyramids 6,000 years right there on the chart, right there we see at the end. So they setting him up with, see, that's why I'm pointing out Homo erectus, the Flintstone dude. When we grew up watching the Flintstones, and he had a damn dinosaur pet. So you gotta remember that the Flintstone people would have been living on Earth with the saber-toothed tiger, the woolly mammoth, and it would have been the last of the dinosaurs dying off at the tail end. So you get movies where you see humans actually in the same scenery with dinosaurs. And that was when we was young. But check this out, right? And the thing is this. It's a lot of flaws on this chart, but we accept it. If you look at where the Flintstone at, that's a very important point, because that represents the first human form. That represents no more monkey-like features other than can be shown, but except for mustaches, beards, and you hairy. But now, what's deep about it, they saying when we transform, when we evolve to be like that, that's actually when we start working with stones. So now we're creating the early forms of Freemasonry. Now we're forging war tools and all that, which gonna lead up to civilization later in Egypt, right? Where we got the first Freemasonic societies, the government, taxation, paper. See how this shit going? But see,
you know what's crazy, bro?
Electricity.
The crazy part is even Fred Flintstone was a Mason. He was a part of the Buffalo Lodge. He was the Grand Poobah.
Hold up, wait. God, he sure
gotta do this shit, man. I do this.
He sure was, dude.
What about the whole Tartarian? When did they build the whole Tartarian society?
Hey, yo, which evolutionary?
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Caucasians lost their tails. Kind of interesting.
Fred Flintstone was the Grand Poobah.
When did the cavemen build the whole Tartarian realm? When was all those Tartarian realms built then?
Something's wrong. Hey guys, where is the evolutionary phase where the Caucasoid loses their tail?
2040.
This is so crazy, bro. All the Masonic symbolism that was in the Flintstones, I forgot about it.
Yeah, they were part of the lodge. Yeah, that's what Barney and Fred went every like weekend. They went to the lodge.
They sure fucking did, bro.
And the women couldn't come.
You telling me Babylon started?
Because there's been an episode where the women wanted to go and they couldn't go either. They wouldn't let them.
Hey, and bro, Sanchez, bro, I sent you that email, man, of the real live footage of the Mason final stages with the dude had the little button cam on. Is from First Graphic Guru. Since y'all talking about it, you can skim through it and skip through it, because half of it's the dude, the Muslim Christian dude, talking about it, how it's witchcraft, but like it's like 20 minutes of actual ritual. If you want to pull that up.
But I can't do the whole 20 minutes though. But yeah, we can pull it up.
Yeah.
But you know, it's crazy because everybody that's watching, everybody know that I'm not no racist person. I love all people. That's gonna be. I don't think that you can see who a person is with the skin tone.
No, we don't discriminate. We just addressing the issue.
Right, exactly. And I think that's why I rock with the white people that rock. And I hate even using white people, black people terminology, but I do rock with the white folks that can say, yeah, that there's white people, right? That's with the bullshit, and I can see what you saying, Sanchez, about the racism, and I can say, and you know what? There are black people that look like me that's with the bullshit and agenda too, that's selling them out and doing the same. You see what I'm saying?
Like the boule?
Yes. Exactly.
That's why I like this. That's why I like this community, because if it was single-minded, somebody always Judas a community doesn't have a coalition. That's why bro community is the best. People on this right now talking from all over the world. But when you isolate it, it's always going to be one amongst you that bring your community down. But when you got a community that's like us, you can't do that.
We identify all haters.
This is why I like
you. Can't do that in the community. That's why
I like you, Dean. That's why I like you, Dean. I love the hat you wearing. Oh, you can bring the facts to the building.
He do.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say this quick? I just wanted to say this on like the history and geology and all that's coming to. I know y'all heard the saying, history is written by the winner. All that stuff is intentionally made to deliver, to throw you off. They want you to look into, how do I say, even they want you to even have that argument that I was looking into, like I seen that the chick who got charged with Epstein, her daddy is in charge of all the textbooks around the world, so these people got people in place where they're intentionally putting this information out, intentionally putting these false bones and false aliens.
They're all Masons and Rosicrucians.
Yes, sir.
Hey, can I give y'all this, man? Since I'm the old head.
Yep.
Yeah.
True story. I had to teach my daughter about two type of books: instructional book, like you need to fix a car, and informative books. Y'all know what I learned from a wise man, Muslim dude back in the 80s? He told me, before you start getting into a book, go to the first page, the context, and then turn the whole book around and look who published it. I'm going to just land with this, the J word.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and watch this, though. Watch this, though. Watch this, though. Don't you know? Listen, the United Nations.
She kind of cute, I ain't going to lie.
Hey, watch this, though. The United Nations. Hold up, man. Let me go here. The United Nations, right? Most of the nations and superpowers that run the major societies in the world, what they agreed to with the United Nations, right, is to teach the space programs, to all agree with evolution as our recent ancestral past, and they all part of the lie. When they say, is everybody in on it? Ask them what the United Nations is. It's deeper what they doing there. You think they working for world peace, but they working for more control over the masses. They know if they can work together and get this done better together than apart, while teaching us to be apart. Now look at what's behind her. It say explore your recent evolutionary history. All of these nations have sold out to the beast, y'all. China recently came. Now listen what I'm saying now. China was teaching their people that they was indigenous for years. The Chinese government was teaching their people how mighty Chinese ancestry is and how they can trace their lineage all the way back to like the Han dynasty, the Qi dynasty and all that. And then they'll give you they spiritual origins and how they people ancestors said they got here with all of the North Pole, boom, boom, boom. We know how that go. But watch this though. Let me land here. The fact that now the Chinese government saying, actually, we wrong and we come from Africans. We found out Africans came to China and built civilizations and evolved into us modern Chinese. They recently came out saying that not too long ago. So you will see,
now
even
they
if
want to take all the shit in Africa.
it's people that's smacking their dead ancestors in the face. They saying basically we ain't Chinese no more. You're disconnecting the root from your true origins and saying we basically all Africans. That's called Pan-African. You know,
well, you know they can't see anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy that everybody's selling out though to it. You know, this is a big religion.
Everybody want to be African because they know we're gonna really get reparations soon. They just can't tell us. But they have to give it to us.
It's deeper than that.
It's a part of the game. Yeah, it's part of the game.
They gotta cut the check.
And that's why everybody want to be African.
Nah, Asian people come from Dennis.
I live in Washington D.C. You got storm the castle. You seen it done. You seen it done.
Hey, I hear California about to pass it now. California about to get their people reparations.
But I'm just telling you how this is called colonization because they did it. Let me show you something. If you go and look at this, is why I'm so passionate about this. Watch this. If you go to the Dogon tribe today, a lot of them are Muslims and Christians now. No bullshit. You got Dogon.
No, I already paid for it. I never got my receipt. I need the receipt.
My bad. Yeah, if you go to the Dogon tribe today, you'll find out that they're being split up, divided, and conquered. Because a lot of them practicing their old tribal ways. A lot of them practicing hybrid systems where them blending Christianity and Muslim with their tribal ways. And then a lot of them just full-fledged circumcised Muslims, like right here. These are Dogon boys right here. Yeah, some of them Jewish, and I'm telling them colonialization never stopped. There's a group of people, a fiat government, I don't even think they got souls, and they going around the world usurping systems. We're talking about people that had a way of living for millions of years, we can say, and then all of a sudden they go to worshiping a different God, dressing different, all that. That's what happened to us, man. Yeah.
It seems like it's more of a recruiting instead of them switching. You know, it seems like those people who went over there and seen that the Dogon was very righteous and very knowledgeable. They like, yo, come to us, you know, come over, believe this belief, you know, so you could help move forward, you know, help move that situation.
It kind of go back. It kind of go back to what we were talking about a little earlier, where all of the religions have some form of ancient understanding of who they are, except for the pale ones. They don't really have nowhere. They don't belong anywhere, and they feel like they want to belong, but they can't. So that's where the hate comes from, because they have they're envious towards every single type of person.
No,
I'm white. I don't really get the point there.
I got smoke.
What you said? What you don't get the point on?
Yeah, where they come
that
from?
We don't know anything about ourselves. I think everybody kind of knows the same deal about everyone.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Or maybe I misunderstood.
That's a lie. Shut the fuck up. You got that misunderstood,
let's be respectful.
Bro.
What's with the
Hey,
no
OG man, come on, man. Why you gotta be banging on us, bro? Don't come shoot the block up today, man. Come on, let's get along, man. Let's get along.
Swinging,
yeah. Come on, man.
You talking about Africans and shit.
Yeah, don't shoot the block up.
Yeah, don't shoot the block up today, man.
Right.
Let us
Talk about
live.
Africans cursing people out. It's crazy.
I mean, there was white slavery too. We
listen,
don't have to forget that.
Here's what I'm talking about though, about the racism. So this paleontologist here got this jarred negroid mini mummy. Like I said, many men.
Stops.
Know what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying, where is the little European one? But you keep finding my people as monkeys and many men and shit. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all gotta peep the game. I ain't just pulling a race card for nothing. I'm saying this shit is crazy.
Yeah, he looks racist as hell.
Hey, can I ask this question? When do you guys think that religion is gonna trumpet the race like it's doing back then? To a sense of like, you're not gonna be called black no more or white. You're gonna be called Christian. You're gonna be called. Oh, the religion is gonna trump the race soon.
Well, the religion has gotten intermingled between politics and science as well. So religion, our generation of young black people probably not going to be as religious as our grandmamas and our mamas and shit was, but we have more of an understanding because we realize how many angles we're being attacked from. It's not just a religious thing. See, the power, the thing about spirit, you recognize all. You see this shit in everything, even at your job.
Right, but don't you think that's a recurring cycle? Because our ancestors will say that we not as tuned as religious as they was.
No, but but they could say that, but they know that's not true because I can't even have this type of conversation with my own mama. You understand what I'm saying? Because she's so indoctrinated. It just is what it is.
They love that white Jesus.
Open-minded.
They love that.
You know,
they love that white Jesus.
Degree
Do you
different.
know when racism stops?
That's all it is.
You can't.
Racism can't stop, bro. Cause there's races that exist.
Do you know
we
when
all
racism
different
stops?
races. How can racism stop if we all different races?
Racism stops when the whole world is full of holographic humans and smart humans.
How does something stop in the world that doesn't stop?
Let's no real talk, real quick.
Realistic.
Hold up, wait. I'm gonna be realistic to that. I'm gonna answer the question. Racism can stop in one generation. All it takes is for the next generation of children that's coming up that's gonna inherit this world to agree we ain't gonna inherit our parents' hate for each other. Because this shit is taught to us when we children and we grow up hating a whole nother group. Just like if you grow up in a gang area, you're gonna grow up as a child probably hating the opposing gang, and you're born into a war you never gave yourself a shot. You're inheriting a war that goes before you, and that ain't fair really for us to continue our hate into the next generation and shit. Especially if we find out, if we trace the history of this black versus white back to the core, that it ain't even what they telling us. So if history is fake and we basing our hate for each other off of a fake history, that's a tragedy. That mean all this hate you feel me? All this hate for generations, dude, and we trace it back and realize the stories weren't even real like that.
But nah, cause like we all different. Like black people be different, white people be different, Asian people, Mexican. So
nobody
like
different. Nobody different.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
But see what we doing now,
nigga. Let me fucking finish, nigga.
Yeah, let him spit his point.
We don't hate each other's skin. Some of the times we hate our differences.
Nobody different. The people.
Okay, yeah, we are, nigga. What?
Let's call it diverse.
We all different and the same.
Right.
No,
so
nobody's different.
So it's racist. Different races have different ways they do shit.
Racism is fake. So let me say this. Since I live in DC, here's what it really is. But bro been teaching on it the whole time. You see what just happened 2 minutes ago? That's what the archons want us to do. Keep arguing about this and that. So here's what happened. It's about the have-nots and the haves. Yep. The 1% and the 2%. They love what just happened. They love the divide.
What 1%? What 2%? Where are you getting these numbers from?
people like the Rothschilds that's worth 700.
Because check this out.
The people that's the Rothschilds, Google them, worth $700 trillion, banking families. Those are the 1% and 2%. I'm talking about.
Yeah, because
the 1% is like the Hunger Games and Squid Game. That's what it is, man.
It's a whole nother religion you jumping into, talking about some people you
No,
don't even
dude,
know
I live
about.
in Washington. I live in the Washington, D.C.
bro.
area.
Let me
We
break
mingle,
it down.
man.
I'm gonna piggyback on you, Dean. Check it out, right? It's just a hierarchy of wealth, and I can pull up the generational wealth chart right now, and it'll blow your mind that how the rich have got richer and the poor got poorer exponentially throughout the years. So the gap's so big now that, matter of fact, let me show you the charts real quick. It's so crazy that when you think about what kind of wealth in that top 1%, it's beyond money, man. We're talking about if you look at the world wealthiest people and all that shit.
So are they archons or are they just wealthy niggas?
Hold on, bro. Let me go into it. Let me go into it because I can go into all that. The thing about the word archon, it's referring to a soulless being, and you can be both, right? The thing is, how much wealth and to gain wealth in this world, you got to kind of be a heartless motherfucker. You can't have a lot of feelings because in a monopoly game, in a capitalist game, I'm trying to bankrupt my opponent. You know, I know his children got to eat, but it's big fish eat little fish. I want his children working for my corporation, and he won't his. That's just the nature of it. I got to fight back every day, compete economically, because at any given moment, he trying to take over my empire too. We on a big monopoly board, and the nature of it is cutthroat. So I'm telling you that the biggest gangsters is on Wall Street, dude. And some of the
true.
Now watch this. Watch how crazy this is. Look at this, right? This chart right here just shows, a little bit of what I'm saying. Let me see if I can interpret it real quick. What's going on here? So we got so the blue represents the blue represent the red represent the top 10% elite wealth in the world, and these bars represent the share of total income or wealth among the masses. Money gotta circulate. So 76% of all the wealth, right, in the world is going back to the top 10%. Then so that's you see the 76%. The red represents the top 10%, what you see right there. So the bottom 50%, which is what most of us are in, is only getting 2% of the money. We splitting that up among, let's say, 90-some% of an entire country is splitting up pennies. So when they tell you, listen, because I know y'all saw this before, they said, listen, in other countries, the family is living off $3 a day, $1 a day. But if you look at it with this chart, we is too. We don't see it that much. We don't see it like that because we make more money, but we still can't do nothing but feed ourselves and pay our bills. That's all the people in the third world countries can do. They make enough just to feed their children and pay their little bills. And we think we ain't doing that. We just doing it on a higher level, though. We got more toys and better food places or whatever, But
it's a bigger golden cage. It's still a cage.
Right.
So we talking about the archons. That just sounds like we giving them a superpower.
I didn't say archon. I'm breaking down the wealth.
Homeboy did.
Yeah.
I'm right here. I'm finished. So let me finish. So what we was talking about was racism, but what I'm saying is that's a distraction. See how we was arguing, we from here. I'm in DC. I've been living out the bubble. I've been conscious since like 11. Let me tell you some stuff.
It's a motherfucker, jet black motherfucker with blue eyes beside a pale motherfucker. That black motherfucker worth $400 billion. He don't give a fuck about his people in Africa. And that pale motherfucker is in Ukraine. He don't give a fuck. They running this shit. They don't give a fuck what color they are. It's about 46 people with all the motherfucking money in the world, and 26 of them is in the United States. The United States own private companies' money, all that. It's a motherfucker that got some money that he can call a president. I want money, could change everything. Like that, nigga. The president, that shit don't mean nothing. And I'm in the land of the fucking scandal.
Is Elon
telling you some real shit, and I really lived it. I ain't even gonna brag on me, nigga. I was like 16 worth 100,000. That was 1984. How old are you?
I'm 27.
All right,
Damn,
I got a daughter, 29, already a millionaire guy. But nigga, just hey, be mindful when you be just popping off that YouTube slick shit, unless you really want. Salute the Bro Sanchez show. I digress.
Man, I ain't heard a word this nigga said, dog.
Hey, peep this.
That's because you ain't
listen,
listening.
y'all. Listen,
Yeah,
now,
he said some good shit.
Now, watch this, right?
My phone was waking up while he was talking. And all I heard was that last part.
Your brain.
Hey, yo, so watch this,
my
right?
connection to ego driven ass.
And that's because
Let's move forward, man. We good.
That 10%, that 10% slit their own grandma throat. That's why they rich.
Yeah.
This is what people need
they
to know, though.
They soulless.
Right. Yeah. And here's what's going on. That 10% that we talking about with all the wealth, they're spending all that shit every day to keep us divided. See, the thing about money, the people that's got the most wealth don't even got the most money. Now, I know that don't make sense to y'all. I know I'm gonna break it down though. The people with the most wealth, they got the most printers that print the money. Let me break, you see what I'm saying? The people that's really the most wealthy in the world, they don't necessarily got the most money. They print the most money. You see what I'm saying?
They make the money.
Somebody needs to steal them printers.
Yeah, they make money.
Bro,
the Queen of England, when she was alive, she was the only person in the world who owned actual countries.
Don't you know
she
that
owned countries.
The Queen
she
of
England?
England.
Money.
Let me show you about the Queen of England, Elizabeth. She's one of the world's powerful people, top 3 hands down. But check it out, right? If you look at her net worth, it's a lot of rappers that's net worth more than her. She ain't really got a lot of money on paper. She ain't got a lot of money on paper. That's what I'm saying. People think that the wealth is in.
They don't need money.
But guess what? Let me show you why the Queen's so powerful. Because the world is indebted to her.
Yeah,
they own debt. We think it's about money. They collecting debt. When you say that, if the longest you owe somebody, you they slave. That they want to create debt. We're trying to create monetary wealth when they're trying to bankrupt the world. They're trying to make you indebted to them. And they don't care about the fucking net worth amount. They care about, look, all of your money is being made on her property. She owns most of the land we live on. That's what I'm saying about assets over fucking just the like if your money can't turn into power, you don't get the end goal.
Fact.
Right. That's just like China owns 70% of America. Own it outright.
Need the money. They
dirt.
Just need the ownership.
Yeah, the farmland. I was about to say, the farmland for sure. They just bought it.
So when we be talking racism, it be disappointing me to divide into communities, because it's almost like if the person that was talking ran everything, it'd be straight out war all the time.
Bro, you know how dumb you sound?
We have to create a coalition. Salute to Bro Sanchez and his syncretism. And
why would you say sound dumb? Explain yourself.
Because he keep saying racism don't exist.
Just show something.
I didn't say that. No. Listen carefully. No, hate exists.
He ain't say that, bro.
Listen, youngster. Hate exists. But let me give you a thing. It's about 200 poor white people, just like poor black people. But you know why they hate us? Because the elite white people tell them, you one of us, you're a racist. And those poor white people living in trailer parks on methamphetamine, getting welfare checks, most of them on more welfare than black people. You ain't even know that.
Nobody is thinking about that.
Listen, but I know, but listen, nigga. They believe they have a chance because they're pale and they get sold racism.
That's why I told you. That's what I was explaining earlier.
Right. That's why they
imagine being white and not having the privilege.
Right. And
they've been raised all their life like they had privilege, but they're realizing now, as you can see all over TikTok, YouTube, and everything else, they're complaining about the shit we were complaining about 40 years ago, 50, 60 years ago.
So would racism exist if we was all the same color?
No, you don't get it.
It's brainwashing.
Warfare, nigga. It's the poor. If you don't have a motherfucking piece of bologna, you ain't thinking about nothing motherfucking else but eating, nigga. You ain't thinking about no ism.
Would racism exist if we was all the same color?
Y'all get what
hate is real. No, nigga.
If we all looked alike,
you getting hate mixed up. You getting hate mixed up. If you hate a motherfucker, you hate. I hate one of my motherfucking brothers. My mother told me, baby, don't kill him. I hate one of the niggas in my family. So you can't tell me you can't legislate hate out people's heart. People gonna hate who they hate. So you're talking about pure.
So what's racism to you?
Class warfare, nigga. Racism
a lack
is when
of understanding.
That sounds like classism to me.
Listen. When a white man is racist, he paying you $12, giving everybody else that's white $50. When somebody's racism, they disenfranchising you. Now, if a nigga say, fuck you, nigga, come over there and stab you, he just hated you. But racism is the people that's pulling the lever that ain't saying nothing, disenfranchising us through generations.
You want me to tell you what
You're
racism
talking
is?
Fucking hate. If I hate a motherfucker, I hate a motherfucker.
Racism is the belief that different races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them from inferior to
Google, bro.
Yeah, bro. I mean, that's what the fucking definition is.
I'm gonna tell you something.
A racist wrote that.
I'm gonna say some real
man,
shit.
you so dumb.
I'm gonna say some real shit that may come out.
I mean, let him keep his opinion about it. That's his opinion about it. Let him keep it.
Yeah, that's true.
That wasn't his opinion. That was straight off of Google. That ain't no opinion, sweetheart.
Let me clear it up.
Just because it's on Google means it's not right.
To himself.
He don't even believe that.
All the fucking time.
One at a
For his
time.
slideshow.
One at a time.
Y'all don't say nothing about that.
Y'all got it off your chest. Now watch this, right? I think what we can conclude what both sides can agree on. They teaching everybody to hate each other by skin tone, but we all created equally under God. They try to make it, because they want us to be divided by skin tone, they try to teach us that God divided us by skin tone and God want us to hate each other. And how they do that is with the history they give us, eugenics, evolution, and all that. By the time you learn about evolution and history and all that, and you inject all of that in your mind when you born into this world, if you're a black man, you're gonna have a slyway hate for white people. And if you're a white person, you're gonna feel like, well, I'm kind of over them dumb jungle niggas with bones in they nose and fucking like, I'm superior. My people conquered. We're the Spartans. They were the slaves. If you take in their history, I'm just saying now, we're born into this world and they give us a history. I'm saying if we just made the next generation of children just fucking delete history class itself and just let them grow up not knowing nothing about no Columbus, fuck all that, just a new history, nigga. Listen, we all come from the North Pole, one creator, boom. What kind of world would they make? They'll build a utopia, nigga. Everything we making is based upon a pre-programmed script that they want us to think about the past, and we inject history into us as children and we let it shape our futures. And I'm saying if history ain't everything they say it is, we've been living a false existence based on a lie.
But Sanchez, look, check this out.
That's why they constantly recycle these divide and conquer movies. Like every year they
check this out.
Just check how they are painting black people in cartoons.
The aliens, right? The aliens, they talking about the great aliens. There's some people that's calling them demons, and there's some people like, man, we don't even know if these niggas is good or evil. It's because we don't know anything about them. So it's like the same thing, like with other people like across the globe, like everybody's not gonna like each other, and then we all have different cultures and different ways of doing things, just based off of like where we are on the planet. So like we all have differences, and when you like, you got Africans, you got the fucking Europeans, we all got different ways of doing it. So like that's how that shit works.
But the differences do come from the program.
Well indoctrinated.
So what's your end game?
So what's
your end game?
My end game is that's what kind of that's what I hate. That's where the hate comes from. There was like a certain race of people that was going to different countries and shit, and like, oh, we don't like that. They need to get on our wave. And then that's when that's
No, hate comes from jealousy and envy.
Let them land.
That's basically what I'm saying.
So what's your end game moving forward?
That ain't what you're saying.
So when you
What you mean?
when we get off this YouTube feed, what is your mode of operation in the real world? Just give me a.
You want me to end racism?
No, I want you to be you. Like I can tell you what I will do. I'm gonna represent myself.
Yeah, you can do it. I'm not saying not to do it. I'm not saying to do anything. I'm just saying that's what it is.
Okay. So let me tell you how I move. I move by exactly what I just said in the last minute. I'm not blinded by this. I ain't gonna let. Hey, I used to work around white people. He made $15 an hour. I made 15. He said racial stuff. I didn't think he was a racist. That shit he wrote in the bathroom was some sucker shit. He was venting, and I was laughing at him like a clown.
You gotta admit that that's just racist, man.
No, that's racial,
prejudice, bro.
Right. But listen.
Yeah, there's a difference between prejudice and racism.
It's one of the
prejudice to somebody hating your skin color or hating you just because. Racism is somebody that's in control of your livelihood. They have your life in your hands. Basically, they can fire you. They can end
Bro,
everything.
racism is prejudice, discrimination, and antagonism, and all that type of stuff.
Hold on. But look, racism. Then women face sexism. Then it's so many isms. When you get past racism, then you got to face classism. And if you're a woman,
you're saying that it has nothing to do with it, which it does have something to do with it.
No. Man,
social engineering.
Like the government,
you're confusing yourself, bro. You're confusing yourself.
Listen, youngster. Game. It ain't just
all that nigga that don't know his definitions and terms and shit.
Listen, you gonna die next year. You ain't gonna make it to be me. I already passed my.
Okay, if I die,
why would you say that, man? You old man.
Oh, that nigga.
You're gonna live a long time, bro. You're gonna live a long time, little bro. You just gotta learn how to open your mind up and stop being so.
Since I'm old, you ain't gonna make it to be me.
Forcing yourself to learn.
Yo, why you saying that shit, man?
I hate I have to breathe the same air as you dumbass niggas.
I'm sorry.
You can tell by his voice that he's hella young, man.
Yeah, he's playing the dozens. I digress, y'all. But now this is what I'm trying to tell youngin. Moving forward with my information, because I live in the real world, I was not telling you something I thought. I was telling you since I'm old, I done it. So what I learned was not be blinded by prejudices. And don't square up because everybody look like me.
Yeah.
If they don't have my vibe, they ain't in my tribe. That's why I salute the bro Sanchez have this beautiful community where I can chop it up with you. Because if I was walking past you, you wouldn't even say none of that to me on the street.
Bro, here you go, bro. Here you go.
You respect your elders, young man. Young man, you gonna respect your elders, young man.
He's out here popping off at the mouth, bro.
You gonna respect your elders, young man. Hey, check it out. You know what's crazy though? You know what?
Mistreating someone, but
you know what's dope though? You know, I gotta say this though, because I have seen the OGs and the elders give a little young blood a little fade, and the respect that they have for they elder after that shit. Yeah, nigga, these. But no, I'm just saying though, salutes to Dean, salutes to the young man. That's regular shit. They fine, man. It ain't nothing to bit out of proportion, man. Y'all brothers is good.
Passion.
You know what I'm saying? That's how. Hey, Mock homie. 2024, man. I like that name. You know I be listening. You know I be rocks with Griselda and all that. So I see another brother that listens to the same shit I listen to. Y'all might not know that about that.
Shit too, man.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
I've been in here like I think twice.
Yeah,
but
West Side Gun is fire.
Yeah, I remember you. They Mock homie, the truth, man. Haitian
They
rapper.
rocking Griselda in the Netherlands
But yo,
now.
it's very funny because how about that nigga was in the first Hunger Games? I found that shit out
You
recently.
lie
Like,
for
now
real,
I'm looking,
bro?
I'm like, yo, like he was in an HBO show too. So it's like, what nigga isn't like a plant? Maybe because I thought he was real deal, but
you never know, man. I just like his flow for Haiti and shit. Like I like the combination of. That's what the whole.
Yeah.
He's like
And he
modern
donated.
Fugees type shit. But you know what? You right, man. You never know. But hey, I'm a mute up for 1 second, man. But I'm listening in though.
And I was gonna say I was waiting for somebody to say class warfare for like 10 minutes. That's the only reason I hopped on because
You should have said it.
That's why I hopped on. Like really, to
Ain't
just be
got
like,
shit
yo,
on
y'all-
racism.
This
y'all
shit
really
open,
talk
man.
about
You
it.
gotta be willing to speak your mind.
No,
Bro, you
I
sound.
I want to talk a little about Griselda though.
Bro, West Side is like
go
you
ahead.
could tell they sold out, bro. Like that shady.
Bro, we're
like,
not talking about no rappers, bro.
But we should probably. I mean, it is what it is.
All that rap shit fake.
Yeah, all that shit.
Yeah,
Niggas
racism is
niggas ain't teaching the kids nothing positive.
Man, you should
Racism
know
is fake
about his.
too.
You should know
They
about
ain't
his
teaching the
album
kids
cover
shit.
and his art that them guys sold out. Man, them guys, his album covers and his art and the subliminal shit he do. You should have known that first album they sold out.
Bro,
You
to
know
get
the
to
best
get to any
Masons.
of that shit that you see on TV, you have to be a part of the cabal. You
Masons
gotta
are
be a
master
Mason. You
wordsmiths.
gotta be that way. This is exactly
Yeah,
what I was
once I
trying to
saw
tell.
them
I was trying to tell a nigga earlier about LeBron. Y'all got too much love for these people on TV. You don't know who they are, what they do. You don't know how they are, how they do what they do. All you know is you see them all the time on TV.
But the
You
way
ain't
he
never seen them
shoots
in your
them threes,
neighborhood.
though.
You never
But
seen
yo,
them in your neighborhood. You ain't gonna
can
never
we
see
go
them
back
in
to
your
the sports
neighborhood.
shit? Because I didn't hear
None of that
nobody
shit.
say nothing about gematria.
But the way he blocks shots, though.
It's like an android. Just like I said. I mean, y'all acting like Neuralink don't exist and shit.
I
Nigga,
just
they made
walked by a famous guy
they made a $6
yesterday,
billion
man. I
man
didn't
about
care.
down there 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
But no, ain't nobody say nothing about gematria.
I'm just trying to
when they
tell
was
you,
talking
man,
about the
all of this
sports
shit,
rig and
everything
shit.
they ever showed you was real. You just didn't know which one was. You didn't know what was real.
If
You see Kanye
believe in a simulation, you should believe there's
Kanye West's last interview, he speaks on the 808s and sounds and frequencies and how they're using it against us, but because a crazy man said it, nobody gonna listen.
But it's only who you perceive as crazy.
I bought the Bass Pro not too long ago, man.
When you're intellect, you realize what crazy actually is. The people that get point crazy are usually the brightest motherfuckers in the building. And that's just the facts. I'm quite certain everybody on this counter feel like they one of the smartest people they know.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, carry on.
Whoa.
But I mean, to the guy that was speaking about the gematria, I mean, everybody in the music industry uses gematria. I mean, everybody.
All of them.
Even in sports, even in the NFL, definitely uses it.
In the music, in the movies,
Not to bring it back to sports.
everything.
Yeah, the movies, music, everything. Politicians, all.
It's really funny to watch. It's really funny to see because you can see the way everything is just a script, but it looks so real though.
Okay, so knowing that none of us are a part of the shit, why we just won't merge and come together? You see what I'm saying?
We not designed to, bro.
Hold on, wait.
Once you realize that you're not a part of it, you should want to be with the people that are like-minded like you.
Hold on a second. Let me go there. You asked a good question, bro. Check it out. The reason that don't happen is because when you say, well, I don't want to be a part of them, let me go over here and get with the group that's with spiritual things and don't want to be part of the demonic shit, right? When you get to the spiritual side, guess what you find? The same rappers, same actors over there talking about Kundalini and shit. So it's like you can't escape them. You can't. They've infiltrated everywhere you gonna go, bro. That's what we were just saying, even about your Terrence Howards, all these folks. Like, don't you know I've done shows with hella celebrities, and my thing be all the time like, damn, like I must be getting big, man. I got like celebrities come around. The more that I uncover about the truth, the more bigger names want to hook up with me and shit. And in a way, I'll be like, wait a minute now, I talk a lot of shit about Hollywood and, you know, like the music game. Why do they want to? Is it an infiltration? You know, like I have to think about that. I have to be paranoid like that. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, even in this conscious, if you look at the conscious community, a lot of the celebrities own the big conscious platforms like Revolt, Earn Your Leisure, all of these big mainstream like conscious platforms dealing with, you know what I'm saying? That is the black boule right there infiltrating the conscious community. The biggest channels that's into the topics we on, they ain't even grassroots people that's really going deep. They are controlled, and when you go over there, it's gonna always be some Anunnaki mysticism type alien shit, you way far off fairy tale shit, a whole nother religion.
But the thing is, they be coming with that Anunnaki shit, and we been way past that shit 5 years ago. They coming with that shit now, but we don't believe in that shit already no more.
Because we already know who the Anunnaki is, and it wasn't no alien people and shit. It was
what those people.
Right, it was humans.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Those people in power. I'm rolling up a blunt right now, but.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Sanchez. Do you think there's people like, I don't know if y'all watched the Umbrella Academy, that push buttons and events happen by the click of a button?
Yeah, and a lot of people may disagree with you, but they making that kind of technology now. They making supercomputers that can influence events in reality. And then you gotta ask yourself, how can computing and computer technology interact with the outside world and events that's playing out in our reality? What's the connection between it? Because we already in a computer. All computers, right, can connect with each other and go online. So even a new computer that I'm using today, I can connect it with an old school computer. If that thing got dial-up internet, it can access the same internet we accessing with our fancy devices today, which is it's a better form of dial-up. We still use an Ethernet cable. It's just a quicker form of dial-up. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think they can edit? I mean, with all these viruses and diseases, is that, you remember how the old computers used to have viruses with the blue screen and all that? Do you think that's what is also happening?
It's like
and then
this.
They reset it.
Hold on, wait.
Restore, reset it.
Let me land. What I was saying was this. Because all computers can connect and become a network, if we live inside of a big computer or a simulation, all they got to do is create computers strong enough to connect to the cosmic network, and then then they can hack into reality now. Once they get connected, they can start doing certain things to hack and create.
Well, let me ask you this.
In order to do that, they need a lot of bytes.
How do psychedelic drugs play into the computer?
They create bytes from DNA.
The internet started with CERN. That was the first version of the internet.
Hold up, Sanchez. How do psychedelics play a role in the
y'all be going to y'all listen? I ain't gonna cap. Y'all be going from here with me all the way over here, and I don't know. I just don't know how to do that with you, bro. I'm on computers and them hacking into reality using computers to control events, and I just don't know how to talk to you with psychedelics and that with it. I don't know how that go with that. I don't know how that play a part with that.
That's like mixing vodka with milk. My bad, man.
Yeah.
That's my view right there.
What kind of shoes you got on, Sanchez?
I think that's a white Russian.
Yeah, that's a white Russian. Damn, you crazy.
They already doing it. I think. I don't think they need any buttons, man. They've been had button type shit.
Bro, the
They
internet
already
was
doing it.
started in Switzerland at CERN at the same exact location.
Man, I feel like
I'm saying you don't think
computers
they
could
look.
see.
You don't think they looking at every human being on Earth through computer
Of course.
screens like
Hey,
on some
well,
Squid
I will
Game,
say this
on the
though.
Hunger Games and Squid Game type shit.
I ain't gonna
man.
say your first. I'm gonna just say
Everybody-
mid-eye because I don't know
everybody-
what the other part of your name mean. But Sanchez,
Yeah, sexual.
he
It
did.
should be sexual.
No,
mid-eye, my
no.
bad.
Pause, my homie. Yo, hey, but look though, he did have a little point about the psychedelics because if you do a little research, like if I'm not mistaken, they did say like the psychedelic revolution kind of led to the advancements in certain technologies and things like that. Like when people were into psychedelics heavy in the 60s, 70s, and in the 50s, them testing it out through those breakthroughs, computer technologies and advancement, just like they just start coming back from that realm with like other shit, I guess.
Well, the dude that created binary code, he was high on LSD.
Right,
was
that's
like
what I was
they
just
turned
gonna
their
say.
Wi-Fi
Right. Because you tapping into the source code, I guess what Sanchez was saying at the beginning when you tapping into them psychedelics, you stripping away the whole veil. You getting to see the ones and zeros, so to speak.
Right.
That's the local internet, the everywhere
It's like
internet.
it's like turning on your Wi-Fi, turning on your brain frequency, and able to see the ether, to see what the computers see. You know, because the computers are alive, whether people believe it or not. Computers are
Well,
alive.
Yeah,
Look at it this way.
Hey, let me. Can I share some with y'all? Because when he said computers are alive, that leads me to something good to segue into. Because that's kind of like what. Just give me one morning, you'll thank me for it. Whoever said think of it this way, their nets they was about to cut in, and I just want to share this with y'all. This is from. If you haven't subscribed to D Murphy, Dave Moore, allegedly Dave Murphy channel, you guys gotta sub to him. I met him in person. He does great work, and I just want to share a point on this thing where he goes into something what I think you should know about. Watch this.
To take advantage of that. Okay, they think if they alter the past, they can control the present.
Hold on, I'm gonna take it back a little bit further. You can watch the whole thing over there and tell them I sent you.
Only an average. That is why our calendars always fail. They always have to be reset every so often. Okay, but we're talking about every 400 years or so it has to be reset. So we don't actually experience it very much because we don't live that long. But it turns out the Mayan calendar is exactly perfect because, again, time is cyclical, okay? And because the Mayan calendar is also cyclical, it keeps time perfectly. So it turns out that knowing how the future is made up of the present plus the past, okay, the system is actually building technology to take advantage of that, okay? They think if they alter the past, they can control the present and determine the future. Now, I don't know if anyone's come across this thing, the D-Wave computer. Anyone? The D-Wave quantum computer, okay? So it's essentially a big fridge, and it doesn't look like any computer, you're used to. All there is a bit of gubbins at the top, and it comes down to this thing in the middle of it, okay? Does that look like an eye to you? Yeah, a one eye? Yeah. So, if you rearrange the letters on D-Wave, you get demon. Anyway, so I'm going to play a little from...
This is what they look like. There are two of them. These are from our lab in Burnaby in British Columbia. From the outside, they look like giant black monoliths. Big metal boxes, about 10 feet on a side, 12 feet tall. And they are powered, they have a fridge inside them, a refrigerator that cools these chips to almost absolute zero. These fridges, interestingly enough, which are called pulse tube dilution refrigerators, have a thing called a pulse tube, which emits a sound roughly once per second, which sounds eerily like a heartbeat. So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it is an awe-inspiring thing, at least for me. It feels like an altar to an alien god. They really are impressive machines. At the heart of this big box is a tiny chip about the size of your thumbnail. And on this chip resides all of the wonder and magic that makes this thing go. I'm not going to describe in any mathematical detail how it all works, but let me give you an analogy.
Now, don't that look like the Twin Tower burials and all that? I ain't gonna go into that right now, but I'm gonna take this excerpt and break it down to y'all.
In quantum mechanics, there's this concept that a thing.
Like, for real, the reason I'm glad this, because if you look at this chip, you can see the Jesuit cross, the step pyramid from a top-down view with the capstone missing. Like, this really is the foundation. This the Teflon on top of the Jew's head. This the religion. This is the
it's a gated community.
I'm glad Jaden said that in the chat, because I seen the football stadium too.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
I see a swap.
I'm going to describe.
Yeah, all these sacred symbols, though, that they worship, and is technology of the simulation that we in.
In any mathematical detail how it all works, but let me give you an analogy. In quantum mechanics, there's this concept that a thing can exist in two states which are mutually exclusive at the same time. Imagine that there really are parallel universes out there, and now imagine you have two that are exactly identical in every respect, all the way out to the horizon as far as we can see, down to the last little atomic detail of every single thing, with only one difference. And that's the value of a little thing called a qubit on this chip, which is a contraction of quantum bit. And that qubit is very much like a bit or a transistor in a conventional computer. It has two distinct physical states, which we call 0 and 1 for bit. In a conventional computer, these are mutually exclusive. That device is either one or the other, never anything else. In a quantum computer, that device can be in this strange situation where these two parallel universes have a nexus, a point in space where they overlap. And if we're smart enough, we can dive into them and grab their resources and pull them back into ours to make an effect in our world.
Notice he said at the end, to make an effect in our world. Okay? This is a computer. Right? He didn't say to calculate this or figure this out, to make an effect in our world.
Did you hear that? So yes, to the question earlier, you can have computers that can alter reality outside. And we think that let me tell you something. The CIA developed technology in the 60s that can suggest thoughts into your brain with subtle frequencies. So you don't know if the thoughts that you even having every day are really yours. Sometimes we have paradigm shifts and we go into different behavior and patterns of behavior, and we don't know why. Dude, somebody can be controlling you with a remote control like a damn robot. They got technology basically that can do that.
I have a friend who actually was like that for months. For months, he thought he heard voices and they were telling him things and telling him not to talk to me and not to talk to these people and specific things through his conversations. He didn't know what to think himself, and it went away months after. But it was a weird period of time.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? What up with it, Dean? Now, this dude up here that's talking about the quantum computer, right, Sanchez? He said you and everybody, he said you measure it in qubits, right? So, is Noah's Ark a motherfucking quantum computer?
That's what I think.
Because soon as he said qubit, I went and searched. I'm like, I heard qubit. Then I was listening. They said that's an ancient form of doing shit. And I'm like, okay, that's how they built the ark.
It also sounds like the Noah's Ark. The Noah's Ark.
Like an ark, right? No,
yeah, an ark of the ones who knows. You know, a Noah's Ark.
But when you make an ark, you know what I'm saying? A ark, like in my mind, it's like an arc reactor, like you creating that you know what I'm saying? You creating that tunnel, that black hole, that portal, so a motherfucker could travel to, like an arc. You know what I'm saying? We calling it an arc, but anytime I've like in the modern day seen the word arc, is referring to like portal technology. Like we need to create an arc in order to jump from here to there. You know what I'm saying? Or some type
That's
of
how. See, that's what I'm saying. Like when they talk about Noah surviving a reset, and they talk about the ark and Noah going into the ark, coming out into the new world, is no different than the story that the Pharaoh told when he go into his pyramid to take his ritual journey through the celestial Nile. Astra Quest, he taught that. And that's one thing I agree with, because that's what you see on the Nut and Gab pictures. You will see the Pharaoh on top of an ark outside the universe on Nut's back on the other side. And then the thing about that is when he go in the pyramid chamber, it's to project his soul into the waters above. And now, and when he make it to the waters, he uses his boat to navigate them, and that's how you get Mercury, the messenger god, standing on an ark, Jesus walking on water, Oan's walking on all that stuff. But the thing is, like I said, Oan was another god. Let me pull up some of this stuff for y'all on the screen, and we can talk about, you know, that'll be dope if y'all want to go into the resets and like the quantum computers and Noah's Ark and all that stuff.
Yeah,
sure.
bring it.
You know what
Hey,
it made me think
I
of?
know a nigga that make them quantum computers, right? And what dude just said, he told me the same thing. Like basically, it create a new form of light, like not a new form of light, but it create a wave frequency and introduces a frequency of light that's not perceivable to us but can affect us. And you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So and I guess the way that it create that waveform or that magnetic field or however that motherfucker work, you're able to pull from. And he's a scientist, this dude that was telling me this. He said you able to pull new thought or inspiration from the ethers where everything, like all possibilities exist. Isn't it? Yeah, he tripped out. So
you know what it made me think of is the hard drive.
Open a gateway.
Sounds like a good trip.
I've been hearing that a while. I've been hearing that a lot. A lot of musicians always say they go to that spot and pull.
But even when you talk about a good trip,
engine.
what my nigga Dean was just getting into, that like that's where new thoughts get pulled from. Shit, even, you know what I'm saying, a nigga like me, I don't be off acid or shrooms, but even when I get high, I get to hearing new sounds and shit like that. So all these portals and gateways.
But see, then they kind of go back to what we were talking about the psychedelics. The war on Iraq, they invaded poppy fields. That's pure opium. They had to have that. They couldn't allow that in the hands of us. That should enlighten people.
Yo, I want to break some down to you. The story of Noah, the story of the ark god Noah coming out of his ark to survive a flood. Here it is in Samaria. This God that is breaking out of this ark down here, right? That God name is Mazda. And let me show you basically what that God is representing. So when we talk about the Pharaoh going into his pyramid to beam his soul into the heavens, because that's why these pyramids are spiritual technology, y'all. And the light that's coming out the pyramid, there's a movie, right? It was called Jet Leader 1. At the end of the movie, matter of fact, I'm finna pull that shit up while I pull up some of these slides, and then y'all give me like 2-3 minutes to cook on this knowledge, and then we're gonna pass the mic around, because I like going deep instead of just, you know, being on some surface shit, and that's where we at now. So I want to share this with y'all real quick. Let me pull this up. So I'm finna pull up this other symbolism and sync it with this. Give me a minute.
Hey, can I ask a question, Sanchez?
I just wanted to say shout out to put me on so much stuff, Sanchez. Like for real, bro.
No doubt.
Yeah, and Mazda little coin term used to be zoom, 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 like a real light.
So check this out, right? If you look at this collage right here, This shows the concept of resurrection, Easter. This is Samson breaking through the two pillars, but it just shows when we lead a simulation. The concept of Noah being inside of an ark and then sending a white dove out the ark to see if it's time to come out, and then that white dove saying, yes, it's time. That's the same white dove in the Bible. That's the same concept of your soul leaving the body, which is the world. So if you look at these collages, right, this is from Kemet. This is showing a human which is personifying themselves as the earth, meaning that the torus field around your body is the world around you. The universe is expanding from you being the center of it. Each one of us is in the center of our own simulation. That's what all this represents. And when all of us bust out of this simulation, then goddamn it, this is what it's gonna look like. And this became the story of breaking the Easter egg for resurrection and Easter. But the thing is, the word Easter is the root word of exterior, the exterior. They turned the root word of exter or exterior, you getting out, right, into Easter. And this was the knowledge of the exterior realm, the world beyond the veil, breaking through the shell, which is, if you take the S off the word shell, you get hell. This is us being born out of hell into the higher realms. So this egg, right, that we see this brother bursting up out of right here, that is you leaving your own simulation, which is your lifetime, your life experience. And it looked like the pyramid with the beam busting out. So at the top of the pyramid is the number 1. Just let me cook a minute. I know y'all ready for the mic. But so you got this number 1 on top of the pyramid. And if you look at the movie Jet Li, guess what? He was the one. The number 1 is Uno or Neo. The name Neo is the word one, O-N-E rearranged. And the name Neo is the name Noah. Noah coming out the ark is representing the same thing Jet Li coming out of the simulation in the one. And the word one, right, became a god that they call Oans. Yeah, you know the word O-N-E? That's the name of a god named Oan, because if you spell it O-A-N, you know you can rearrange O-A-N to N-O-A, which is Noah. And this is the god that's up under an ark too, but it's a fish suit. But he's still making it through the flood under an ark. But I'm showing you how the ark is literally your body. Why is he wearing a fish suit? And let me go into that right now, guys. Let me go into why he wearing a fish suit. Because in the middle of our torus field is where our human body at. We wearing a fish suit right now called a body in a torus field. They were personifying this right here. And they just turned it into a fish suit with you on top of traveling through the waters. So all of the waves that we experience in our life on the other side, that we can see ourselves, everything that come and go, that pass and come through our life, you're like a fish in a primordial ocean, and your ups and downs in life are just the waves that are passing through that ocean on the other side. In the simulation, you experience them as good times and bad times. But when you make it out of here, you'll see that you were interacting with a simulation, which is by their way of showing us that it's these waters, these netters. We just putting on different, layers to be able to navigate. These suits are like simulation suits. Think of a gamer suit. If I tell all of y'all right now, we finna go into a virtual reality, and I put us I got to have a safe environment, because when you doing virtual gaming, you can hurt yourself because you putting these goggles on, you can't see the real world, right? So what they do, they make a big ass terrarium. And you can have the outside of that terrarium being guarded by the people who control the game room. And so if the gamers wander out of bounds, you can turn them around like the Antarctic Treaty, because what they will discover, it'll break the rules of the game. Because when we put the goggles on, we agreed to be born into ignorance. It's a blind initiation like the occult show. If you look at Freemasonry, right, let me show you something. It's called a Hiram Abiff ritual. Watch this. You go down blind. That means when we entered the simulation, we agreed to be blindfolded. That means when we go into the game, we gonna forget we in a game. So they lower him down blindfolded, and that's what happened when they put this soul into the computer. So we got on a gamer suit. That's the tourist field, and they can't let you go to the edge of the terrarium because it's a controlled experience. It's part of the whole experience. It's like I said, if you in a gamer's room, if one of the gamers getting too close to the wall, running full speed because we playing Madden or some shit, so they know the room is small, right? Then they'll stop him with pads or something like that so he don't hurt himself. So think of if we were in a simulation, the ancestors said that, right? And it's like we can't make it to the edge because it'll jeopardize the game. The game is you got to believe it's real. And when to see how, because this is a test, because the thing is, right, in our higher reality, we are good beings that can't do no wrong. So the knowledge of the serpent and the tree of life is this tree that you see right here, man. This is the great whore of Babylon with all the spikes. You know what this little thing that they worshiping in Samaria is? Let me show you. Our ancestors, right? They created the first stargates in the universe and the first simulations. If you look at this movie, right? This is a stargate, and look at the waters above and the waters below. The MGM lion roaring inside of the hoop. Look at these people ascending the mountain. This mountain that they ascending, that is the pyramid without the capstone. And what is at the top of the pyramid? A beam point. That's where you walk through the damn stargate hole at. That's the waters above. That's beaming you through the veil. So my thing is, this Stargate movie ain't just sci-fi. Every star in the sky it's a Stargate. It's a portal to another alternative universe. So when you finally make it out of all of these alternative universes, we make it back to the original base reality once we make it through all the fake realities. And this shows a soul that has finally graduated out of the simulacrum. And they got a big ass quantum computer down there with the soul just beaming out the top of it. They call that the upper room. And they said when we get to the upper room, the gods are up there. Now, if you look at a quantum computer, it literally hangs from the ceiling like a fucking beehive. And if there is avatars inside of this machine that are on a path of ascension, guess what? They said this is the streets of gold. Think about this, right? The soul is ascending through each layer of a computer, calling it a lifetime. And once they make it through the final incarnation, they go out of the computer into an upper room that's up here in this ceiling. It's extraction, it's uploading. You are an avatar that's been created at the base realm out of thin air. Like you are a unique possibility that exists within the quantum computer. Think about me having the most advanced computer in the world, and it can generate me an infinite amount of different personalities and avatars. That's each damn sim inside the simulation, me and you and all of us. Now, what if this societies was so advanced that they was able to take the simulations, the sims that they made in simulated environments and cross them over into the base reality once they simulated experience is done? You know what that'll look like? That'll look like this image right here. That'll look like a soul that made it through the game. We're born into the fake reality In other words, with the laws of paradox and polarity, you got to learn the truth and the lie. But in order for you to learn the truth, you got to learn the lie first. It's a paradox because when we wanted to really understand the truth, the first thing we did was learn a lie. Like if I tell you to jump up, the first thing you do is the opposite. You bend down to have the power to go up. And this sort of mechanism that they're using, it's like a spring mechanism by which if they put a ball of energy inside of this machine that has no personality, it's just a blank ball of energy with no template. Once it comes out of the computer, it's a whole person. Bro Sanchez, Dean General. This machine literally shapes us into who we are, but we come in here as nobodies, just pure energy, just a default template. These, whatever this is, we start off as infinite pure potential, and once they put us in a machine, we get to decide who we want to be and shape our personality through a process of incarnations. And once we say, yep, I'm satisfied, this is who I am, they let you out. You molding yourself. This is like a furnace. See, they found out in the early 40s before the war that reality is malleable. You can shape it with thought. So that's more proof of a simulation that the world outside is responding to the world inside. That means that we got the power to be who we want to be and change our thought processes and paradigms at any given moment. We got the power to create inner joy out of nowhere. And these emotions are really energy in motion. That makes you a source of infinite energy, whether you choose to manifest it as good or bad, happiness or sad. It's your perception. So the thing is this right here. All of this ancient art that they trying to call ancient aliens and Anunnaki and fish people, even Jason Bashir's talking about the sea people. They don't understand that the sea people was knowledge about the Taurus field. It was knowledge about us and how the energy is around our body. So you got a fish god by the name of Oans who's wearing a fish suit. You know why? Because they're teaching about the Taurus field right here. We're all wearing a fish suit. We're all in our bag, as we say in a rap game. I'm in my bag, dog. And when we in our bag, we shining. But that's you activating your Taurus field energy, knowing that I'm in my bag. Your bag is full of gifts like Santa Claus. Santa, that's what I'm saying. Once you go to taking them gifts out of your bag, you sharing your uniqueness to the world. That makes you an icon. That's what I'm saying. Everybody is a individual worthy of spectacle. But it's only a few people they got the whole world idolizing, tapping into their unique energy. Everybody else just following and copying them. But remember what I said, because I'm all over the place. The number one is the god Oan, and he represent this other side, this crossing over, the crossover, right? And that's what, when we see Jet Li mounted on top of that pyramid, that's this bird coming out of Noah's ark. Remember, Noah was in an ark and he sent the bird out. And that's the bird landing on a cross, all of that. Even in the Mayan cosmos. Let me show y'all something. At the top of their ark, you see a bird, just like we see in Samaria. This is what syncretism allow you to do. It allowed you to see, if we're in a simulation, you don't need to read no books or nothing about that, because if we are a copy of the same computer that we're in, like they said, we made in the image of God, we can hack the thing from the inside out. That's what the ancestors was teaching with meditation. They was bypassing any kind of linear way of absorbing data, which would lead to like millions of years of reading millions of books. They found the way to compress data into symbols and meditate on those symbols. And you would then download all the secrets to the universe. And that's how I'm doing my revelations. They showed this in the Matrix, how Neo can just, instead of him learning karate, he can plug into this himself, plug in and download that shit and wake up, and now he know it. Think about this, right? It was people that was struck by lightning, and when they woke up from their lightning coma, they had gifts and talents that they never learned in their real life. It was one dude got struck by lightning, woke up, and he just had the ability to golf real good. Go look at some of these stories, right? Every person that's struck by lightning, they got a birthmark on them, an exact lightning pattern of the lightning bolt that hit them. So it's like a rebirth mark, as we call it, a rebirth mark. And it will tell you that every lightning strike, every lightning strike victim, right? They cross over into like an alternate goddamn universe, damn near. Their life is changed after that shit. And remember that the symbol for God was a lightning bolt, Zeus. And they said when the God touched you with the Holy Ghost, it looked like electricity shocking a motherfucker when they getting the Holy Ghost in the church. You can't tell no different from a person getting tased or getting electrocuted than a Christian behavior when they set a Holy Ghost in them. How they shaking and they eyes rolling to the back of the head. But check it out. This is learned behavior, and they saying that the same God that's shocking you like that, he's changing you and transforming you. Ain't that crazy that people that's born again with electricity strikes, they get struck by lightning, they get a new birthmark and a new personality, new talent? Because look, what happens is your body is a vehicle to channel energy. And the version of you that we interacting with right now is a version that you channeling from the many versions of yourself that exists in the multiverse. At any given moment, you can change the channel and be one of these alternate versions of yourself that exist in these netas and these other alternate universes that we go to in dreams. What happens is when a person gets struck by lightning, it interacts some kind of way with the central nervous system where it changed the channel. And it turns them into another version of themselves who they was in a alternate universe. It's a trading of places, so to speak. And they will wake up, and a lot of the parents, the family members will tell you, like, ever since he got struck, he can do this. Now we don't know how he got this talent. And it'll be weird stuff, like they'll remember they loved one's name slightly different. They'll have altered memories. And because they memories are from another universe, and they old version memories that they recorded in this world went to that version. You see what I'm saying? If that make any sense to y'all. Now they act like they can't explain this phenomena today with lightning strikes. They say what a person just lost their mind. You get struck by lightning, it make you crazy. You know, that's easy to say, just, you know. But I'm all over the place. If you look at the bird on top of the ark, that's the story of Noah. And that's the story here in Samaria. You know, so the symbolism was to teach us busing up out of the simulation and out of the fake world that is being projected from us and around us, like we see here. So it means, like I said, I'm not gonna keep debating people. I know I'm teaching the truth and stuff, but it ain't for everybody, you know. I'm a yield the flow, and I'm going to let other people speak.
Hey, Sanchez, you know what that made me think of, man? It had me thinking of Antarctica, man, and the supercomputer that holds the simulation being there, man, and people putting that how do I say, where you can't go there because that chip there, that chip that needs to be at -0 at all times. Makes sense.
Yep. And just to back that up, Eric, well, pause. But Eric Hecker or whatever the white dude name that I mentioned that was the firefighter down there allegedly at in that article, right? He has a whole little seminar he's going on right now talking about how they have the technology to obviously put thoughts into your brain. He was like, you know how you have that other thought that you talk to all the time that you know is your voice? We can be one of those voices and you won't know it if you're not familiar with your own voices. And I was like, yo, that's trippy as shit because that is what that's the technology, that's the warfare they've been working on, right? But wait, hold on. But also it was like he was like, there's these nodes, right, that's sensing these neutrons or neutrino little discharges that come off a so-called off-world or inner world aircraft. You know what I'm saying? So like the type of fuel or exhaust that's output from these vehicles, they have little nodes that they layered out all over Antarctica to sense this type of shit, right? And so the Sean Ryan show, I don't mean to like name drop, but like the Sean Ryan, he's an ex-military just like Bro Sanchez is. That's why I wanted to mention it though, because I feel like they should both like, you know, he's already asked the question about flat Earth and he don't really know much about it also. So that's another thing also.
We don't need bro hit nobody too hard again. We don't want to scare nobody.
You know, my thing is
yeah, I don't know what that meant, but yeah, I feel
you know, there's a old saying that exists in the world for a long time. I'm gonna see if y'all know it. It's called "I can show you better than I can tell you." Whoever heard that coming up?
Yep.
Especially if you're from the South.
Facts. That's where I'm from.
Now, guess what? Missouri, show me state. If we live by that right now, these politicians couldn't lie to us because we'll be like, nigga, show me, I hear you, right? I can show you better than I can tell you would take you far in life. And if you think about that, that's the reason I teach with symbolism versus a bunch of booked and source information. That because then it's just me talking a bunch of words and all you getting is like mythology, Anunnaki, alien talk, doomsday shit. When I can literally show you what the ancients said themselves, what I'm doing now, and we can all speak about what we think about it. That's what syncretism is. We put it all together and it's clear what it's telling us, that we're in some sort of layered reality that's built like a pyramid. And at the top of it, it ain't capped because that's the way out. And that when we come up out of this pyramid, we're going to be like the fire that's busting out of the volcano. That's the real phoenix phenomenon. When you make it up out, because the phoenix bird that we see is that's the same Holy Ghost dove. It ain't really linked to a doomsday scenario. It's linked, when they talk about the world ending, they're literally talking about you breaking out the simulation. And when you break out the damn thing, like we see here, you're going to look like a bird mounted on top of the universe. And that's what we see in all of the the Mayan universe, like I'm showing here, the sacred bird right here. That's no different than we see the dude leaving the simulation, or the beam coming out the pyramid, like I said, right here. You're the light. Jesus said, I'm the light. I'm the way, the truth. Because if you follow the light, the brightest star in the sky, Polaris, that'll lead you out the pyramid. So listen, they talking about the Phoenix phenomena being doomsday stuff. But if y'all let me cook a minute, because I know I got a panel full of people and everybody love to, you know, speak and stuff. But let me show y'all something real quick. Here's what doomsday really is. It's literally our energy beaming out of the simulation. Look at this one right here. You see the light busting up out the dome? That's no different than this bird leaving the ark. That's Noah, the reset. That's when you are reincarnated and your timeline is reset. The knowledge was deeper than just doomsday talk. They turned the end of the world into a doomsday, but the end of the world is a location that's at the center of the earth. That's where the world end at. And when you get to the end of the world, this is what it looked like. A beanstalk leading out of the simulation. They turned this simulation into the world ending. Yeah, because where the world end at, the simulation is over, like the Truman Show. Curtains closed, show's over. And they turned the fucking world ending into the Phoenix phenomena and people being scared. That's just the Bible all over again. The world gonna end. People think they left indoctrination and they come in this community and get caught up into another doomsday cult. You know, but they ain't interpreting the symbols right because their heart ain't right. They looking for things to sell. The things that sell the most play on our emotions the hardest. And what that means to salesmen, it don't matter how I play on your emotions, long as I get an emotional response. And the biggest way to do that is with fear. And even the media know that. If somebody want to sell you some medicine, they'll say, hey, the average man only live to be about 60. But if you protect your kidney, you can live to be 90. And you gonna think about that like, well, damn, I do want to live longer, you know, and you might buy the product. Fear made you buy it. So if somebody telling you the world gonna end at a certain date, that's gonna be a worldwide apocalyptic phenomenon at a certain date, for you to learn more about it, get my book. That's some Bible shit. The Bible telling us the world gonna end, is telling us when it's gonna end. And if you want to be prepared, read the book. Get the Bible. You gonna save yourself with the book that's telling you it's gonna end. And the way that what you need to, like, there's really nothing you can do if the world gonna end. And that's the same thing with the Bible. And it tell you everything is written out already and the prophecy must be fulfilled. All you can do is read the book and just watch it crumble. But I think if enough people give into a belief, we can actually make that shit happen. This is the nature of reality. If all of us agree to a reset every generation, our collective thought will actually bring it forth. This is a voting system. So it ain't like the archons causing a reset. Our religious indoctrination as a collective that's telling us when it's going to happen. We think it's prophecy being fulfilled. But look, we're all tools of magic, man. The words we say are spells. The thoughts we have affect the reality. And if all of us share one thought at the same time, it manifests. So this is the trick of religion. The word religion means to bind. What are they binding you with? A collective idea. And once we all embody the concept, we literally manifest it somehow. Even if it's the gods we worship, they end up being manifested as technology. And they ended up performing the miracles as technological breakthroughs, right? People can walk on water now because we got technology to do it. People can talk to people in a whole nother area that ain't in a time and space. We got the technology to do it. If there were gods doing miracles, the only thing that would logically explain them is they had technology that the people didn't have, and now that technology is just coming to the world now. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we don't see the miracles no more. But if we was born back then when technology was new, the first man with a fucking telephone would have been a god. We would have been like, yo, he's able to talk to a person way the fuck over there. You see what I'm saying? He got my great grandmother on the line and she's way over there. The first dude with a fucking boat like Noah, he would have been a god. Because they would have been like, yo, he built the ark that can walk on water. Talking about his boat, though. Now, think about it. Noah became a god. Noah was able to recreate the entire world. Why? Because he opened up sea travel. They embodied technology and concepts into a man. Once man became a seafaring creature, that was a reset within itself. It changed trading, economics. It opened up the world. You know what I'm saying? So we talking about concepts of technological innovations being personified as mythological events and mythological characters. And remember that the end of the world is literally where this cobblestone is, this black cube. And coming out of that black cube is literally souls that's trapped in the matrix. And I'm going to show you that real quick. Watch this. There's a movie called Hellraiser. And this deity was literally personifying the devil or the man of sin, or what our let me show you something. Why he got all them spikes. He's personifying this right here. So let me break this down to y'all. When we see the devil behind Jesus, that is, the devil represent the world of simulation. The devil is the veil. So what is the veil? The veil is this torus field that's around you. You see this image? That torus field around you is the simulation outside. You projecting the world around you. So that's the devil on your shoulder. Some cultures say it's a monkey called Hunaku, Hunami or something like that. The word relates to anime or animation, anami. This monkey that they worship, they say the monkey on your back, they personified the torus field as a monkey or as a devil or a serpent wrapped around your body like Buddha, right? So this fish suit on his back is the torus field, a world of simulation around you, that I'm saying here. So that is the cube we're in. When we make it out of this monkey suit or this simulation cube of Saturn, we look like a bright shining star busting up out of this thing. This whole cube that he holding, see, he represent the god of the simulation. He's the devil. This is the test realm. He's the serpent that Adam and Eve talked to when they got kicked out of Eden. They agreed that they wanted to get the knowledge of God. So he's not your enemy. You came to him. He didn't come to you. You can't, on the other side, before we entered this realm, we consorted that serpent at the middle of the earth. At the middle of our universe, there's a black hole that leads into kingdoms above and kingdoms below. The baby starred in the upper kingdoms. You know, think of it this way. If we're all birds in a nest, right? The baby birds start their life up in the tree, in the nest with mama. The teenage birds and the birds that can fly, they can leave a nest and walk around on the ground and explore the ground and get worms and pick at bugs. But the baby birds can't come out. They start at the top in the higher realm. They don't know what the earth ground look like yet. And they can't explore that lower realm until they learn to fly. So this basically what we kind of, us being a baby bird inside of a nest, it looked like a human in a torus field. You in your little torus field. So the torus field around your body, it shapes like a damn bird nest. You're literally like a baby bird in a bird nest. And the simulation is there for you so that you can develop, you can learn and learn how to fly, trial and error. And once you activate your higher self, then you can lead a simulation like we see on all this artwork with the brother being coming up out the quantum computer here, or the light that's coming out the cube, right? So that's what all of this mean. This simulation ain't our enemy. It's there for us to explore. It's a mirror, man. It's only everything we experience outside of us in our life is permeating from inside of us. And we're going to have a series of life experiences until we learn what we need to know to activate our true self. The universe is basically saying, who do you want to be? And at the end of each lifetime is asking you, are you sure this is who you are? Because once I let you out, you can't go edit yourself. This is you now as a God on the other side. You God, bro Sanchez. But what happens is we say, you know what? Put me back in. I think I can make a better version of myself that's better than Bro Sanchez. And we go back in this thing because reality is malleable. This is like a furnace that we're in, and it's malleable. You know, so we're able to reshape a new identity through lifetimes till we find our ultimate state of being. And then they say, you sure you done? It's like baking a cake in the oven. It ain't ready yet. Put it back in. And you saying, no, basically I got some more working to do on who I want to be. You know what I'm saying? So you won't make it out of here to, like the Hindu said, till you have no regrets, or is to say, well, yes, let me out the oven. I'm baked. I like who I am. This version of, I never want to change this. This is who I am. And that's kind of like what I'm getting out of this, all this research. I don't want to hog the mic too much, though. I'm going to share with everybody. But that's what this thing is. Like, once we re-enter the base reality, whatever we are, when we cross over to the other side, that like this is a huge thing, because what we're in is sort of a realm where we came in here as non-biased energy. But the reason choice and duality, polarity, and all that exists here is ultimately so we can choose what we like and don't like. Ultimately, that's choosing who we are. That's all a personality is. If a person say, I know who my woman is, how do you know? What's her favorite color? What kind of food she hate? What's her this, that? What's her religion? And all of that is basically what you like and don't like, a list of things I love and don't love, like and don't like. That's polarity. We're using polarity to choose and chisel away our ultimate state of being on a process of what we like and don't like about the infinite possibilities in the simulation that can and can't be. Once we strip away what we like and don't like, what's left is who we are. And everyone is a different person based upon basically, if you want to simplify it, a pattern of likes and don't like. So hate what you love and what you hate. So basically, we're using polarity to say, I am this, but I'm not that. I know I'm this, but I ain't that. And if we do that after so many incarnations, we will figured out our own Rubik's Cube. So if you look at this cube that he holding, this process, it seems like a headache, whereas, because everybody know, even corporations know that if I got a product, I'm going to make it in 3 colors, red, blue, and black. Because if you got 20 different colors to choose from, a person will be overwhelmed with choice, and they'll spend more time deciding which one they want, which leads to a lesser chance I'm going to get the sale. We don't want them taking too much time selecting. So marketers found that out, that if I just do less in the choices, right, I have more sales. But the thing is, that's what we're doing. We're basically having an inward process of elimination through incarnations, where we're stripping away what we are and what we are not. And to ultimately what's standing is the true version. And that will be allowed back into the base reality. But the process of stripping away what we are and what we are not is like holding a Rubik's Cube, and you can turn it vertically and horizontally. That's saying I am this, I'm not that. And by the time you do that enough with the Rubik's Cube, you've aligned all the colors, the chakra alignment, and boom, the light beams out, just like he's showing. You crack the code of self. So that light on
Sanchez.
yeah, I'm gonna fall back. You got it. Go ahead.
But don't you think that you won't know self until you get out of these boundaries? You know, like you could only know what you know.
Let me answer you. I think that we're discovering self every day, because everything that happened to me in my life, I look within and reflect, was I wrong? Who am I? And it also let me know with a situation, hey, moving forward in my life, I want to lessen the amount of drama. Like anybody that knew me starting off, I used to be a fucking whore for debates. I want to fucking go to people. I would go to people channel and have my chat. Dude, I was desperate to just debate your teacher, debate that. But now I just want to disagree with respect. And I don't want to make it a debate. And I just want to have a platform where people can challenge each other respectfully, because that wasn't respectful the way I used to pull up. But the thing is this, I'm learning more and more about myself and how I want to interact with people, and what kind of situations that used to be fun to me, it's a headache now. You know, and I'm actually, so I don't think we learn who we are when we get out. I think every day we're learning who we are, and that's leading us out, if that make any sense.
Right. But I was meaning in the sense of like, you know, a chicken don't know he a chicken if he in a cage until he come out. You know,
Well, my thing is though, a chicken that don't know it's a chicken, it know it's a baby. It has a consciousness that know it's a being, and it's trying to figure out what it is, and that's what lead it out of the cage. Think about it. We say I'm trying to figure stuff out. We don't say I'm trying to figure it in. The chicken and the egg, using your example, it don't know it's a chicken. The average human don't know that they're a god. But in their series of everyday interacting and learning, they will wake up to that eventually. And that when they have that awakening, it's because they peeked their head out of the shell like that chicken. They had to know that it was a shell though. Like we know that we're in a simulation. We're saying right now, we're like the chicken that's saying, wait a minute, I'm trapped in like a tourist field. I'm in a simulation right now. You know, and I was sleeping and dreaming. Now I'm waking up and I want to break out of this shell. And that's the questions we asking. And it's saying, look, the shell is hell. Take the S off. Our tourist field, our simulation is no different. When we start looking up in the sky, we're like the chicken that's looking around the shell like, can I break through the firmament dome? How do we get out? Like the Truman Show. We asking questions like that, and they saying, okay, it's ready to let them out now. Because if we don't, it's like, if we don't let them out, the other people that ain't figured the game out yet, it's like then they're gonna jeopardize it. You know, when you pass the class, your team graduate. So it's like this right here. I like your example. It's a good one. It's proved my point exactly. We're finding out we're more than what they told us. We're finding out who we are. And as we find out who we are, we look up in the sky and say, we find out where we are, being a terrarium, an enclosed sort of prison simulation. And it ain't that we're trapped here by anyone other than our own awareness. Knowledge is the power we need to break this thing open. Just like figuring out the Rubik's Cube. So what I'm saying is the chicken you'll see the egg shaking, it'll be a crack because he's curious. Like a baby kicking the mama belly, causing her pain. And she like, I'm ready to give birth to this motherfucker. And he ready to come out. He's curious. He's saying something out there behind this veil, my mama's belly. The chicken saying the same thing. The baby's saying, what am I? Because I'm more than this fetal slop that's in his bag. And as the baby asks questions, guess what it's doing? It's stretching out the contents in the bag. It's acting as an expanding universe. It's saying, I'm bigger than this fetal bag. I'm trapped. I'm enclosed. And it's stretching mama belly out, making her shit get bigger. As it expands its consciousness, it expands its growth. It reaches a point where mama can no longer hold it. It's hurting me. The earth is the same way. The more we question about this simulation, because it's made to trick you, but the more you peep the game, and the great mother, the whore of Babylon, she give birth to you, she got to let you out because it's your consciousness, right, is expanding so big around your body that it's hurting her belly like the fetal bag in a mama. So this is how they even told the story of the earth. But the babies that are ready to fall off the tree are the ones that are asking, grown enough to know that is more than just this nest. There's a world down there on the ground with all kind of other animals you never saw. That's what they telling the chicks. But see, this is a process of you learning what you are, because the chick got to know I'm a bird, I'm not a baby. And if I act like a baby, I can't fly. Let me spread my wings and be a bird now, big bird, goddammit. And now it's a transformation. I'm no longer, what separates me from being a baby versus the bird is one flying and one walking with wings. One need to be fed because it can't visit the ground to get the food for itself, which is the knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Us in this simulation, we coming from the tree of knowledge. They call it the tree of good and evil. But it's really the tree of polarity of yin and yang, where we created simulations to learn about polarity, because our original home in Eden, there is no polarity. That's just singular. Everything is a collective singularity there. So we had to leave and enter the world of division, the serpent realm, the realm of duality. That's what this God represents, Saturn, who's holding the cube. He's the man of sin. What he got on top of his head is a damn quantum computer. They call it a golden crown, but it's literally a computer showing you some sort of Neuralink technology and all that. I can go deep with this, but I'm gonna let the people, rock out with me with this one, because I can go on and do a whole little presentation, man. But I'm gonna go ahead and...
I got one more question, if the panel don't mind. My bad, y'all. I'm just asking these questions for personal, and I'm a student. I've been around for the beginning. I know some of y'all see my face sometimes. I don't be on here talking much. But so do you believe that the simulation is governed? You don't think that? So getting out of the simulation, would it be an escape? It wouldn't be like a ascending situation where like
let me answer that real quick, because I don't want to lose my train of thought with you answering it for me, right? Getting out of high school was both. It was an escape and a celebration, a proud of myself moment. It was like, I'm so happy to be out that motherfucker. But it was also like, damn, man, I'm so sad because I'm gonna miss them moments in school and shit. Like, it was a learning process, right? When we was there, it was tough. It was hard getting up every day. But being an adult, I look back at it and I say, man, I would do that shit again. I heard adults when I was coming up, they would say, boy, if I can go back to just high school and all I had to worry about was grades and coming home, I'd do it. While you being ungrateful and complaining and you're trying to be grown. They used to tell us that. And when they told us that, I used to think they was bullshitting. Like, man, he wouldn't really go back to fucking high school and want to be. Now that I'm older, I'm telling children that. You think you got it hard, and all you got to do is get up and just learn every day. And wait till you really get some real response. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying about this simulation. There are spiritual beings on the other side that's like, they think they got it hard. Wait till they become a god. They think the journey stop at a human. Once they fucking become a bird that can fly, their job becomes even harder, because now they got to go and hunt for all the damn baby birds. See, when you was a baby bird, you can sit in the nest and just be fed. How fucking convenient. Now that you learn how to fly, you realize now that's when I gotta fucking work my ass off. Now I gotta go to the ground, risk my life, getting worms and shit to bring them back up for them babies. That's the gods that come into this realm as guardian angels, trying to teach your ass a lesson. They can end up getting trapped here. They can end up stuck here. They made it out and come back in to get to help the babies in this realm. And when we make it out, we gonna find out that basically that's why God's got all that power to fly. They ain't just gods with all that power because it look good. To whose much is given, much is required. So now that you got all this power of a God, you're tasked with going back in, helping others become gods. feeding them with the knowledge. Just like the bird that learned to fly that got to go back now. Just because you learn to fly, guess what? You can't just feed yourself. If there's babies in this tree, the birds that know how to fly, you got to bring some back and feed the babies, just like somebody did for your ass when you was in the nest, could fly. So learning how to fly don't mean, oh, I could just spread my wings and do for me. No, you join a union of gods that agree to come back and help others make it out. And I like that.
They want us to be baby birds again.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but even you getting out of high school, you still got to follow a governance, you know? So that's what I mean by, do you really ascend, or is there another step?
You can program simulation.
Listen, here's the thing.
You know?
The path
Like
of ascent, let me answer him. The path of ascension is endless. And the one that's governing over you, or the most high that's going to always be over you, is your higher self. Because every time you're reborn as a greater version of yourself, that don't mean you can't be greater. So every incarnation, you are born as a great version. But during that lifetime, what you discover as you explore yourself in every incarnation is that, yo, I can actually be greater. And then you become greater. You're born again as a greater version. And then you live out a lifetime as that version. And what you learn in that lifetime is, I can actually become greater. So the path to greatness is endless, and you'll never reach the end of it where you say, I'm my greatest version. Because you will always find I can improve.
Right, I feel that. I appreciate the time.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate the question, man.
That was a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
And just to go back a little bit to the chicken and to what Santos said, I had a crazy thought. What if you put the chicken egg in a lion's den and it hatches? You see the lions, and the chicken's gonna live his life and believe he's a lion all his life. But not until he gets out of the den and maybe sees a mirror or somebody tells him otherwise.
But do you think that him living as a lion would probably be better for him than living as a chicken?
No, but I'm just kind of backing you up a little bit. Like, how do we know self until we, you know?
Yeah, well, the thing is this.
How far does the simulation go?
That's a personal question. If you're in tune with yourself, because this is a gift, it ain't just something that I can see how you would ask that. You have to develop intuition. What that mean is, when you make certain decisions that lead to like a conflict or a big event in life that dramatically brings drama to you or any other parties involved, that mean having self-awareness, saying, was I wrong? Was I right? Where was I right? And ultimately saying, how can I not manifest these kind of situations in my life moving forward? You're now editing your own reality based upon your day-to-day experiences. We don't understand the power in that. We don't understand the power in having the choice to say, I don't want to be this person tomorrow that I was yesterday. Dude, that's a fucking good ability to transform who you are in a second. A person that was smoking cigarettes all their life and they dropped the habit cold turkey overnight because they just fucking said, listen, I'm tired of it. Do you know that's a miracle? Do you know this is the kind of power we got, dog, of transformation? You see what I'm saying? To be able to be able to control, when they said mind over matter, I seen people do that with the cigarettes. And don't think that they don't want to smoke a cigarette. Something just clicks in their mind. Overnight, that person that was smoking a pack a day, you can blow cigarette smoke in their face and they'll be like, bro, I stopped cold turkey. I ain't fucking with it no more. I was coughing up blood the other day, nigga. I was coughing up orange shit, nigga, a week ago. Fuck that shit. I don't need a Nicoderm pat. Yeah, I want to hit it. But I love myself so much after what my body showed me. Nigga, I done saw folks get off that shit when they cough up that old brown shit. I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, man, some folks will be in the hospital bed dying from cancer saying, can I go smoke a cigarette outside? No mind over matter. And you got the power of transformation. We think it come from Jesus praying and shouting. It's when your mind get fed up, you can alter your reality overnight.
Facts. Real ground game.
Did you ever talk about that? Like how cigarettes is like cigarette, like the pyramid?
That's in my Sumeru pay-per-view shit. But we on some real shit like the right now, man. Salutes to the whole panel.
Well, I mean, I guess I was saying that to say, like, what if when we ascend, it ain't what we think? You know, what if when we wake up, it's getting tortured? You know, like,
watch this, right?
I'm with that.
Watch
I'm with
this.
that.
Watch this.
That's what
let me answer you, right?
Like,
Watch this, right? Your ascension is based upon everything you think. Your thoughts are manifesting into your reality. As within, so without. So let me just rephrase you. When you said, what if our ascension ain't what we think? Dude, whether you ascend or descend are a direct reflection of your inner thoughts. So I don't understand, like, what are you getting at? Whether you experience heaven or hell, it's the mental thought paradigm you choose to, right. So you can't say that. Like, this is all on you. This ain't outside of you, bro. This is your thought processes being manifested from the inside outside and the universe responding to you. If you don't want to, if the moment people in the hood that's tired of being in a hellish situation, or not even in the hood, any fucked up situation that a person is comfortable in, right? A pig that like to play in the mud, that's a mental paradigm. That pig, you see what I'm saying? Like, you got to reach a point where that pig got to transform its whole mind and see the mud as dirty. Just like a dude got to see the hood as a place that's somewhere I shouldn't be glorifying. Let me get I'm just making scenarios. I'm just saying it's your mentality. You're your own worst enemy, and your mind is often the thing that's keeping you from manifesting a reality that you want inside of you, outside of you, because you ain't, what happened is reality is like a mirror, and our life experience is the reflection in the mirror. And what we do when we see something in the mirror we don't like, we take a marker and start writing on the mirror. Instead of fucking directly touching yourself, you're reflecting that image. You're trying to write over what's on the mirror instead of directly change yourself, because it's coming from the inside out. So reality responding to our inner energy and inner thoughts. The universe ain't giving us what we want, it's giving us who we are. The universe is a mirror. It's not a genie or grant your wishes. It's gonna give you what you reflecting from within in your life experience, and it's making you deal with yourself when these events pop up and stuff. We need to understand the nature of this simulation, because this, not knowing this, is being used against us, man. But the thing is this right here. We live from the inside out when we become awakened. Before that, we live from the outside in. That's the person writing on the mirror. The person editing themselves from the inside out are editing their reality, which is reflecting on a mirror or their outer experience. When I wanted a better life experience, I literally had to transform who the fuck I am. I saw myself as a productive dude helping folks, teaching. In my mind, when I was a nigga in the hood doing dumb shit, I saw this version of me that we call him Bro Sanchez. I meditated on him, and I every day I strive to become this version, better version. And once I became Bro Sanchez, I realized he had a lot of problems with cutting folks off, ego problems, and I tried to batter him. I'm on this constant thing of editing, because I'm looking in the mirror saying, well, I don't like this about myself. I don't like that about myself. But I know I can't edit it from the outside in. So you see that I try to strive to be self-conscious. because reality is responding to who we are, not what we want. Reality gonna manifest a reality for you that's compatible with your energy. Now, if you saying I want to be rich, wealthy, and all that, having a lot of money may not be what you need to manifest the vision in your mind. For example, you may picture yourself living off grid, you know, having a boat house or some regular shit, and you may just have just enough to do that. Now, you may say, I want to have hundreds and hundreds of millions, but if you really think about what you want out of life, it may not even take that much, and the universe just will give you exactly what you need to get your blissful point. It ain't wasteful. You know what I'm saying? So even people with hundreds of millions of dollars that's evil as hell, the universe is using that same law with them. If they see themselves as a rich ass tyrant ruling the world with their money, and they meditate on that shit, incarnation after incarnation, they get the shape. You get to be whoever you want to be, and they can be archons. They can, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm telling you is, you can be real, you can be fake, and our true nature is God, which is good. That's the law of karma. But you got a choice to break it, though. Still, you still got a choice as a God to do bad. That's the paradox, though. But you only have that choice in the duat, the simulation. In the base reality, what they call in heaven, evil don't exist, wickedness don't exist. Only thing up there is babies, innocent babies that don't know good or bad. They just innocent. So for them to learn good or bad, we drop them into the simulation. Because imagine a neutral soul. Its energy is neutral. Infinite being, full of potential, but it knows nothing about polarity. It exists in a realm of singularity. It don't know what good is because it don't know what bad is. So the tree of life with Adam and Eve, right? What they call in the tree of good and bad, that's basically in Eden, that's our true home where we gods at. And basically as gods, we're innocent like babies. We don't know good or bad. So even if we did good or bad, we don't even know what we doing. Like a baby that's goddamn spilling something or doing something bad, you say, he just a baby. Because even though the baby do something bad, it don't know what bad is. So it's learning good and bad. Now, the moment the baby know good and bad, we spank it now. We hit you on the hand. So the thing is this right here. This is what we were before we came into duality. You couldn't hold us to the law of karma because we were innocent souls that wasn't polarized, as we call it. This pole that they holding on to is what taught us polarity. The serpent gave us the knowledge of good and evil. That made us gods. Why? Because before then, we didn't have no choice. Whether we think about it, before we came into the simulation, we didn't know how to make choices. Choices didn't exist to us because we only knew singularity. We didn't know this or that, up or down, good or bad, left or right. We didn't know that. So my thing is this, right? From our base reality, we had to go into the simulation to even learn what the hell a choice is before we can even make one. And then once we learn what choices is and how to make choices, we learn how to decide who we want to be now. That's the knowledge we getting. Because before then, all of us was the same, just innocent, neutral beings of light with no personality. What the serpent is giving us is the ability to become a unique God with your own essence. So when you come out of this tree, we all come into this thing the same. Infinite, non-biased, innocent energy. And when we leave out, we're a whole person with a template, a character. That's what we're coming here to do. The word character comes from the word karaka, which is shakara, caricature. And these chakras are the different versions of the self that we're siphoning between. It's basically saying we're taking our 7 greatest versions and and we're combining them together through a process of incarnations to make our ultimate final God version. Something that we'll never want to change once we become an immortal. So if you see like different gods that they are holographic souls that can never change. They frozen. They can't age. They can't, you see what I'm saying? So my thing is what we're doing, we're combining all of the versions of ourselves throughout the ages into one. We take all of our incarnations into one, and that's the ultimate version. I know I'm talking a lot, but you know, this shit is
so we still being tested because the simulation's still happening.
The simulation is the Babel Tower. The Babel Tower is what they call in mathematics the Infinity Hotel. Whoever heard of that?
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna
share. Isn't that a movie too?
Yeah, no, it's an explanation video.
They turned it into a movie. They turned it into a movie called The Platform. If you want to see the movie about how this works.
That's a good one.
But check this out, right? I'm gonna play this video right here. To show you what we live in an infinite quantum because the quantum computer is holographic. Let me show you something. Do y'all mind? Somebody said take your time. Can I really do that? Watch this right.
Do it.
If you look at
always, bro.
Right. Thank y'all for that. Cause watch this right. This is what the quantum computer is. Cause I'm showing y'all a physical quantum computer cause we making simulations inside of simulations. But imagine a quantum computer made out of light. It's holographic. We're in a holographic reality. What it'll look like is what they call in the Big Bang. Let me show you that. Light projection glare. So what'll happen is when light projects at a certain angle, right? Let me see if I can find it. You will get this phenomenon, and I put it up on my shit too, but I wanted to find another one too. But here is what it is on the right. I can show you other forms. Matter of fact, let me pull those out. I want to actually go into this shit before I say too much because I want y'all to see this. This is what the North Pole is. The torus field is a phenomena called lens flare. That's what the Big Bang is. It's flare from reflection of a mount surface. What is the mount surface? Mount Meru. So it's like an echo effect. If I'm on top of the mountain, light behaves the same way. So if you have a light glare, right, and you at a certain angle through a lens, the glare of that light will copy itself into many glares in a line. This can go for infinity, depending on how many lenses you want to introduce and the angle of it and all that. And we kind of get this phenomenon. I'm gonna see if I can find it another one. Let me see, lens flare. Let me see if I can find it. This is the Big Bang. But what happens is this start to repeat itself in a pattern like what I'm showing here. Watch this. So you got the original expansion of light in the middle. And everything around that is lens flare reflection. And that's how we get the planets, like the 7 wandering stars. Do you see these little light bubbles? All these bubbles are reflections from the source expansion. So these are our chakra balls right here. And our chakras, let me show y'all something real quick. Our chakras are aligned with a pole. That pole is called a Jedi pillar, the spinal cord. Now, if you look at these chakra balls aligned with the pole and you look at what happened when light expands, check that out. You got the pole of light with the balls aligned in it right here. You see it? And so us climbing the stairway to heaven up the spinal cord, central nervous system, Babel Tower, the top of the Babel Tower is knocked off by a light ball. You know why? Look at this lens glare. The light is expanding in a triangle, But at the top of the triangle is the source of the expansion. And this is how you get your Santa Claus hat or your pyramid with the all-seeing eye at the top. But what's coming from that expansion, everything we see in the sky is just a copy and reflection of the base reality. And it's spinning around that in a circle. So all of these little balls and rays of light, they really don't exist. They're holographic. They are reflections that we see from the true base reality. And our reality is one of these reflected realities. It's not the base one. So in order for us to make it back to the base one, it's a process of the consciousness using these reflected glares as mirrors to project itself back into the base reality. So think of your avatar like a reflection on a mirror surface. And your process of projecting yourself back to the base reality would be you aligning all of these mirrors so that your reflection can bounce from this mirror to that mirror, to that mirror, to that mirror, to that mirror, then pew, I'm up out of here. A ricochet effect. A mirror matrix is what they call it. And how you can actually bend light. The only thing that can bend light is a mirror. You can actually turn light into crazy shapes by reflecting it through a matrix of mirrors in different patterns. So that's what holography, this is the holy holographic knowledge. So we can expound deeper into this, but basically if you look at what's happening when light expands, it creates a bunch of circles that are stacked upon each other, like what we see in the background right there, and that is your quantum computer. If you pull up the quantum computer, this is what it is. The expansion of light right here. So the universe is a holographic quantum computer that expanded from the mind of a thinker. In other words, the creator thought of the simulation as a quantum computer, but he didn't have no physical elements to make a quantum computer. The first element was thought power, light, and we created all the other elements out from light, like in a holographic simulation where I can use light to make a sun, a city, a bus, all out of projected light. Light can mimic different things, and that's what the reality is light manifesting into different things. So my thing is that light became earth, water, wind, and fire. That's what the Bible teaching you. Let there be light. Then when you get the light, you can make everything else. How do you do that? Holography. So this is a simulation. So this image shows when light expands, that light don't create a random pattern. All light expands in an ordered expansion, and that is the shape of our universe or quantum computer. Right here, DNA, spinal cord, central nervous system, holy grail, all of that right here. So
who's the light bringer?
So the light bringer is everyone is their own bearer of light. The body is a vessel that is housing the light of the soul. Each one of us. So check this out. I want to play this video real quick about the Infinity Hotel.
In the 1920s, the German mathematician David Hilbert devised a famous thought experiment to show us just how hard it is to wrap our minds around the concept of infinity. Imagine a hotel with an infinite number of rooms and a very hard-working night manager. One night, the infinite hotel is completely full, totally booked up with an infinite number of guests. A man walks into the hotel and asks for a room. Rather than turn him down, the night manager decides to make room for him. How? Easy. He asks the guest in room number 1 to move to room 2, the guest in room 2 to move to room 3, and so on. Every guest moves from room number n to room number n plus 1. Since there are an infinite number of rooms, there is a new room for each existing guest. This leaves room 1 open for the new customer. The process can be repeated for any finite number of new guests. If, say, a tour bus unloads 40 new people looking for rooms, Then every existing guest just moves from room number n to room number n plus 40, thus opening up the first 40 rooms. But now, an infinitely large bus with a countably infinite number of passengers pulls up to rent rooms. Countably infinite is the key. Now, the infinite bus of infinite passengers perplexes the night manager at first, but he realizes there's a way to place each new person. He asks the guest in room 1 to move to room 2. He then asks the guest in room 2 to move to room 4, the guest in room 3 to move to room 6, and so on. Each current guest moves from room number n to room number 2n, filling up only the infinite even-numbered rooms. By doing this, he has now emptied all of the infinitely many odd-numbered rooms, which are then taken by the people filing off the infinite bus. Everyone's happy, and the hotel's business is booming more than ever. Well, actually, it is booming exactly the same amount.
So this is explaining how life is able to come and go on this earth when we say, for every baby being born, that's a person dying. For every person dying right now, there's a baby being born. In other words, this is like this infinite hotel. Another game we play is musical chairs. If there's an infinite amount of chairs and the music plays forever, then you will never have nobody out of a seat, because with this same formula, it'll always be an empty seat created if you use this same math that we're using here. So what I'm saying is, this is what the universe is doing to create infinity within the finite. You have the laws of infinity governing the finite realm, which is why the finite realm can't cease to exist, no different than this hotel can cease to exist, as long as we can keep making room. And what this is a fractal code. David went over this in that video, to where our earth is a sacred geometric shape that's divine, because it has a inside measurable space, but an infinitely measurable outer perimeter. That means the more we go toward the edge, it just creates more reality. It just start creating more. So that means, and I can show you this in a video after we play this one too. I'll cue it up. Let's finish this.
As ever, banking an infinite number of dollars a night. Word spreads about this incredible hotel. People pour in from far and wide. One night, the unthinkable happens. The night manager looks outside and sees an infinite line of infinitely large buses, each with a countably infinite number of passengers. What can he do? If he cannot find rooms for them, the hotel will lose out on an infinite amount of money, and he will surely lose his job. Luckily, he remembers that around the year 300 BCE, Euclid proved that there is an infinite quantity of prime numbers. So to accomplish this seemingly impossible task of finding infinite beds for infinite buses of infinite weary travelers, the night manager assigns every current guest to the first prime number, 2, raised to the power of their current room number. So the current occupant of room number 7 goes to room number 2 to the 7th power, which is room 128. The night manager then takes the people on the first of the infinite buses and assigns them to the room number of the next prime, 3, raised to the power of their seat number on the bus. So the person in seat number 7 on the first bus goes to room number 3 to the 7th power, or room number 2187. This continues for all of the first bus. The passengers on the second bus are assigned powers of the next prime, 5. The following bus, powers of 7. Each bus follows powers of 11, powers of 13, powers of 7.
Now, ain't all of these the damn numbers of God? God go with the number 7 is important with God. L, the number 11, the number 13, they don't even fuck with it. Jesus is the 13th disciple. All of these numbers are God numbers. Let's go.
Yeah, they say 7 is completion.
You know what I'm saying?
Since each of these numbers
17 in numerology is 8. That's infinity, the hourglass.
Yep.
We're going to go into it.
only has 1 and the natural number powers of their prime number base as factors, there are no overlapping room numbers. All the bus's passengers fan out into rooms using unique room assignment schemes based on unique prime numbers. In this way, the night manager can accommodate every passenger on every bus. although there will be many rooms that go unfilled, like room 6, since 6 is not a power of any prime number. Luckily, his bosses weren't very good in math, so his job is safe. The night manager's strategies are only possible because while the infinite hotel is...
This infinite hotel concept, this was the Babel Tower story where they talked about they tried to build a tower to the skies. This knowledge right here is how you get into quantum computer. You got to learn the math of infinity. That means you can have a computer that'll never run out of space. You basically saving data directly into the ether, and this what Tesla was talking about. And why do you think we have what Ethernet cables and all this? They using the words, man. But this concept of this infinity hotel, that's the original Babel story knowledge that we lost behind mythology.
Certainly a logistical nightmare, it only deals with the lowest level of infinity, namely the countable infinity of the natural numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Georg Cantor called this level of infinity Aleph 0.
Let me summarize what they teaching here in layman's terms. What happened is this God, when they say God is a divine mathematician, God is like this hotel owner. He's like the owner of this infinity hotel. He got to create rooms for an infinite amount of people, right? And the way he do it is with this math, this paradox. It ain't really math, it's basically cheating math to create a paradox. But let me show you what's going on. The glitch in the simulation is that there's infinity in between every number. And the hotel owner is using that for his advantage. So if we got an infinite amount of buses pulling up, each bus I'm going to put in each room, because room 1 can be room 1.01, 1.02, and I can point to infinity before I ever get the number 2. If I want to use the decimal system, what's kind of like this trick or this paradox, because it's like infinity is in between every number. If I say 1.00000000000 infinity zeros before I put the other one itself can be infinity. Because guess what? I will never be able to put another 1 at the end of that 0, because I can fractionalize this decimal system down to its smallest unit, and I can add an infinite amount of zeros before, instead of me saying 1.001 before I get the 2 and all that, I can put an infinite amount of zeros, and that'll just be 1.infinity01, then 1.infinity02, 1. I'll never get to 2. I'll be stuck on 1. But if I can do that for each number, infinity is embedded within every unit and measurement of the universe, and that's the numbers acting out the same fractal code of the holosphere, where if you cut any piece of infinity, that little piece of infinity is equal to the big ass piece of infinity, because it's still infinity. So with infinity, right, you can give me a piece of infinity the size of a bottle top, and you can give him a piece of infinity the size of a school bus, and we got the equal amount of infinity. That's the nature of infinity. So infinity don't even respect size. That's how powerful it is. It is what it is, like God said, I am that I am. It's infinity no matter how you cut it, like a hologram. But let's finish this.
We use natural numbers for the room numbers as well as the seat numbers on the buses. If we were dealing with higher orders of infinity, such as that of the real numbers, these structured strategies would no longer be possible, as we have no way to systematically include every number. The real number infinite hotel has negative number rooms in the basement, fractional rooms, so the guy in room 1/2 always suspects he has less room than...
He's breaking down numbers being born from 0, and they can go negative to infinity and positive to infinity. These are the integers. And so I'm going to show you how the tree of life is literally the birth of numbers from 0. Watch this. If you look at the integer chart, the Egyptians turned this into a goddess called Ma'at with 2 wings spread it out. She represents the universe unfolded. But the name Ma'at is how we get the word math. Watch this. If you pull up Ma'at, she show you how numbers are born from 0. Look. And if they turn this into Ma'at, right here, and when he show you that the infinity hotel can go up forever and down forever, guess what? I just showed you that too. Look, flare from reflection of a mount surface. At the highest point in the universe, there's a lighthouse reflecting the brightest light of creation through an infinite amount of netters, and it is creating this screen share glitch that no one can fathom. Like, it's like if you ever had, let me pull this up because I show y'all this all the time. I show it all the time. The same thing happens right here. When we have a screen share glitch and it has this little matrix of infinity where it projects that shit out. Let me see. Damn, y'all know what I'm looking for, man. I should also say that shit to save us time. But yeah, multiple screens, you know what I'm saying? It's a glitch. And basically you can see through your screen share for infinity. Damn, it's a pet peeve for me to
you did
find.
where you showed how the auras had to do with that too.
Yeah.
On the George Washington thing, I remember that.
You can take one of your cameras to your screen. Showing your presentation.
Here it is. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about, this is the nature of the universe. Like, and what happens right here is when you look in a mirror, right? Because your eyes are mirrors. Anybody ever look in a mirror into their own eyes and they can see a reflection of their whole body on their eyeball through their mirror's reflection? Am I the only weirdo here that's done that before?
I know exactly what you mean, bro.
Because you can look in the mirror through your own eyes and you can see your reflection in your eyes. Now, because you can see a reflection of yourself in your eyes, you can look through the reflection's eyes that's in your eyes. And it's like an infinite screen share. Because you can see a reflection of your own self on your eyeball, you can look in its eyeball through, the reflection that's on your eyeball. And then you can see a reflection on his eyeball and it'll make a smaller and smaller you to infinity. You just made a matrix with the windows of the soul, your own self in the mirror, just like a computer share do. Because what's happening here is a person is trying to screen share and they basically trying to flip their screen around to share with everybody else in the internet that's picking up the screen or whatever. But what happens, a glitch for a brief moment where they actually share their screen share with themselves, and the people who waiting to see the screen share see the glitch too. And it creates this infinite, this bottomless pit, this sort of step pyramid. You can look at it as a step pyramid that's going up or down, because you got a step pyramid that's going up.
Just track.
Yeah, you got one going up and you got one going down, and it's making a diamond. That's why I was pulling up. Matter of fact, it's doing this right here. And so when you look at that screen share glitch, you can go in and out, up, down, so for infinity, like the Infinity Hotel. Because think about it, right? If I'm in an Infinity Hotel that go up forever and down forever, when am I going up and when am I going down? There's no place to reference up or down if it's infinity. You see what I'm saying? So what we're calling up and down is your own path of ascension or descension. You're deciding that. We are the ones that make the choice of polarity. The universe don't do it for us. So it's an infinite hotel. And if you decide to explore it by traveling down, that's learning the hard way. If you try to explore it by ascending, going up, that's learning the easy way, climbing the steps. You know what I'm saying? Boom. But so my thing is this right here. The Infinity Hotel is deep because there is no up and down outside of a consciousness or an observer. Literally, it is the consciousness of man creating directions in the simulation, in the unit. We're agreeing on where the center is, and from the center, we have a reference point to create all of the grid point coordinates around it. But when we talk about traveling up and down, we always talking about leaving the earth. When we talk about traveling around, we're talking about finding new lands to continue spreading our seed like a fungus in a petri dish from the point where we started in the center and procreating, populating, and seeding ourselves outward, be fruitful and filling up the whole dish, finding new land, spreading our seed. And now we got to expand and move away from the center point, finding new lands outward. So the thing is, once we through with the outward exploration, we go with the inward exploration. And then once we get to the center of the self, everybody start talking about the up and down exploration. Because once we get to the center of the self, that's the pole. Look at here, that's the pole. Everybody, the conscious of humanity has shift now with the battle of up and down, or what we call heaven or hell, God and devil. That lets you know that we waking up and that now we at the center of the spinal cord. Because once we make it to the center of the self, ain't nowhere to go now but up or down. So that gives us this sort of paradox, what we got on a screen now, where if you found yourself floating through this matrix, you will have to make a choice, because you will look beneath you at infinity forever and above you at infinity forever, and you will have to decide at the spinal column, well, this is the spinal cord, the crossroads. Do I want to go on a path of ascension or descension? What's going to decide that for you is what you are when you get out the body. Because if you don't have wings, you can't ascend. That means you will be just a heavy ball of ego that'll roll down this thing. We're shaping our energy with our day-to-day decisions and actions. And when we get out the body, we're designing the vehicle that we're gonna use, what's gonna allow us to navigate the celestial realm, the spirit. You're shaping your spirit now. And if you ain't building something that's beautiful and worthy of flight, you will descend. You'll be see what I'm saying? But my thing is, so I don't get all over the place to share with the Infinity Hotel, this is what we're looking at. Light expanding up and down in a lens flare matrix for infinity. So think of lens glare reflection, Big Bang, right? But this is going forever. The amount of lenses, I think, will dictate how many times the glare through your camera copy itself. So if I got a camera with a long ass barrel with a bunch of layered lenses in it, and I'm seeing one ball of light through all them lenses, and that phenomena is created at a certain angle where, okay, the glare of that light is reflected through all of my lenses, it double itself up. I will see 12 suns lined up with each other when that happened, but it's only one sun. Then what'll happen is, as a cameraman, I would use my focus and I would focus the picture until all of them 12 suns align into one, and then I'll know my camera is focused. So that alignment into one is what we're doing. Becoming one again, like I said, Neo, and alignment with the chakra layers. That's all this universe is, if that makes sense with y'all, So that's why they call it focus too. When you know, that's crazy. Because they teach you that the Jedi pillar is a lightsaber, you know, a light pillar. And if you look at this, it is a light pillar. This is the phenomena you get with lens glare reflection. That's the Big Bang. That created the central nervous system. So what happened was, on the spiritual realm, our spinal cord is really just a Big Bang, an expansive energy. But inside the simulation, it's appearing to us as a bone with a bunch of discs going up to the brain. But all of those discs stacked up is this light. It's one thing and one on the other side. Like, think of virtual reality is layered, you know. So from inside of it, it layer itself as a skeletal bone with disc. But really, it's from the simulation, the blueprint, what it really is just the expanse of light reflecting up and down our central nervous system. You see what I'm saying? So it's layered like this mask right here. So like if I told you, put on this gaming suit. Now the gaming suit, let's pull it up right now, right? You put the suit on, you put the goggles on, and I put you in the game, right? Now, inside the game, you don't see a green screen suit. Inside the game, your suit is a football uniform. You play for the Dolphins. We playing Madden on virtual reality. So when I say put this suit on, it ain't no real helmet and no shoulder pads. It's a gaming suit, because we may use that same suit to act like we smartsmen. In Final Fantasy, we may be knights. So the suit can be whatever we want it to be, because fuck what it is in the base reality. When we put the goggles on, this green suit gonna be, it can be an NBA team I'm playing on NBA Live. I can be Scorpion in this suit. So that's what I'm telling y'all about reality. On the other side, we all wearing the same suit, which is sort of a gaming suit like Shaq, right? But in the simulation, we all different characters and shit. But if you can see what we are on the other side, like I said, in the base reality, ain't no differences. Ain't it's singularity is what we saying. Everybody is different and the same when we deal with paradox type shit. And that's what that Infinity Hotel was. Because the thing is, we all the same in the base reality, but in the simulation, this what allow us to express our differences, choices, polarity, and be different. We don't disagree in the base reality. We ain't different in the base reality. You know what I'm saying? If that make any sense. We're one, we're like a utopia sort of race where everybody energy is so much your vibe attract your tribe. You can't do nothing I don't like. And I can't do nothing you like. And everything I do is right on time. Good job. Because we all sync. We know, like, I don't know. It's like you sitting down in a room with a bunch of yous. You won't never feel like I'm tired of being around you or nothing like that, because it's you, it's yourself. If it was 100 yous, they all would know exactly how to orchestrate around each other, because they know what you like and don't like, because all of y'all you. So you can actually get along with 100 yous than one other person that's different than you. Because each one of them 100 yous will know when the other one want to do this, to get out his way, what ticks you off, what don't ticks you off. So every last little 100 you will get along perfectly, because each one know you. They're you. They know I ain't gonna do that to myself because that pisses me off. I ain't gonna do, and even though it's 100 yous, they'll get along fine. So when we are getting along like that, it's because we become one like a hive mind. So essentially, it's the creator saying it's a bunch of me's that's all the same. And if I want them to be different, then I lower them down into the simulation where they can actually express uniqueness and character under a veil. So that's like Shaq, like the concept of all of us being the same, be all of us got on a green suit for real. But we all think we different when we go put the goggles on, because the green suit becomes a white man, a black man, a football player, a twerker, a gangster. But on the other side, we all just a bunch of blindfolded people with green screen suits on in a simulation. And none of us are the things we say. We're just people with green screen suits on playing a game. But in the game, we say we're this or that because that's where duality is. That's where this or that exists at. That's the realm where we can do the this or that thing. It's polarity. But outside of that, it's just green world. We're all the same. That makes sense to y'all using this concept here?
Yep.
But yeah, you know I like these kind of bills, man. I know I'm probably hogging it. Y'all got it.
Nah, salute to bro. Hey, bro. I think a few shows back, somebody mentioned to watch the Barbie movie. It was bro. They had the same. It was deep. It was two of your symbols was right up in there. It was the rainbow. But anyway, where Barbie was at, that was the land you described. And then she just woke up and, spoiler alert in one part, she just woke up. Everything was perfect. All her Barbies, black, white. It was all different Barbies, president. She just woke up one day and said, I want to die. Basically, she said, I want out the simulation. Yeah. And it was like some real sciencey, real deep spiritual stuff in that movie. It was crazy. And I would have never watched it until I heard a brother on your show mention it was some, he mentioned for everybody to watch it.
Yeah.
It was some science in it, and I watched it, and basically that's the utopia she was in.
Look, watch this, right? And the deep thing about this Adam and Eve, if you look at Ma'at, right? Ma'at is math, and she represents numbers being born from zero, like I was saying right here. This is Ma'at, right? But if you take the word Ma'at and rearrange it, guess what you get? Atom. ATM, atom. But think about this. You could take M-A-A-T and you can turn it into M-A-T-A, which is matter, mother, the universe, matter, creation, the physical world. But watch this though. Adam and Eve represent negative and positive on an integer chart. You see it, negative integers, positive integers. What the serpent represent is when both of those integer groups come together, guess what happened? They cancel each other out and they make zero. Like we learned in math, -1 + 1 equals what? 0. -2 + 2 equals 0. Y'all know how this works. We learned integers in math, right? So watch this, right? The serpent is given the knowledge of good and evil, which used to be negative and positive, and instead of it being mythology, you would have been learning integers. We personified everything in the ancient world. So we taught the birth of numbers from the Big Bang when you were in math class. Why didn't you learn that in school? Because they don't want to show you the connection between math and science, because they doing all the phony math to prove the phony science in a heliocentric model. But all numbers are born from zero, and that revelation alone showed the flat earth and the simulation. This was knowledge all the ancestors knew. So the thing about how numbers cancel themselves out at the middle, it's the same thing that that's because that's the creator point. That's the point of creation. So that's where non-creation exists and you are approaching creator. The creation exists around the creator, just like the numbers exist around zero. So numbers being born from zero is the Big Bang. It's the grid point coordinate. system being expanded from 0 degrees where we can get around with compasses and shoot azimuths, right? And if you look at this, it's crazy how this is embedded into this artwork, because the serpent being wrapped around a tree, this serpent was called Aten and different names in Egypt too, and it was a double-headed serpent. Like, that's why we call him the Joker today. And one head was pointed to the left, one head was pointed to the right. When they turned it into a bird, right, Horus, then you see this double-headed bird, just like the Joker, like Janus. Watch this, with the heads like I showed you. Y'all ever saw this occult symbol? See, that's Adam and Eve. That's the secrets of the universe. This became the Phoenix thing. The Great Reset is the fact that all numbers were born from 0. Imagine this, right? Imagine that our universe is an expanse from a black hole. Let's pull it up real quick. All the numbers that I got you. All the numbers that make the universe, right? They were born from the middle of the universe, from the pole 0. Now watch this, right? When they was spit out of this center area, that was the exodus from Eden and the beginning of polarity. What happens is this thing is contracting and expanding. When it reach a point where it can't expand no more, all the numbers are gonna get sucked back in. And as our entire holographic universe gets sucked back into that hole, it's gonna play out as our people in power creating a CERN machine, saying we experiment and we trying to do the Big Bang again. And at the point where they recreate the Big Bang, that's going to be the point where our entire universe reached the event horizon of this black hole. It'll be the end of math as we know it. You know why? Because we're playing with the knowledge of infinity now. Once we get into quantum computer, we're practicing the infinity hotel paradox in a machine. There's no limit to how AI can learn. You see what I'm saying? There's no threshold. That's all with the infinity algorithm that I just showed. So I'm going to show you another way of looking at that algorithm in a minute too. But what I'm telling you is the great resets are the contraction and expansion of a torus field. And this is another thing Archaics and Jason don't know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not shitting on him. It's just showing how we can share the information, but people got too big of an ego to learn from others. They think they the only one can teach. But anyway, back to what I was saying. This is an expanding sphere. The crazy thing about this is that time is created from this expanse, and time will be recreated as it inhale and exhale. We will enter hell and exit hell. Great resets. And the only way out is within toward the middle. So the thing is this right here, man. All of these winds we see around this middle point, that represent the numbers that are around 0. But the reason the great resets happen and we lose, and even the numbers got to reset themselves, because it all starts from infinity and it's going to end with infinity. So our grand journey through the math, through the ages dealing with math, was to learn how to calculate at higher and higher scales. And when we can do that, we can create bigger structures and more technological machine type structures. So the whole thing is a race to infinity. And what that looked like for us is all of our math and calculations leading us to technology that ultimately cheat death and open up wormholes and edit time. All of our technology that we created within time, when time was governing us, we will reach a point where we are now becoming the editors of time. And I just showed you that on that video with David Moore, when he showed you the computers that they got that can create events in reality. We're reaching a point now where we're now over time, and we're now practicing the knowledge of infinity. And that's why our math, everyone's civilization, their math ultimately lead them to where it all started, which is infinity. And when that happens, they recreate simulations on their own. So what we're in is simulations within simulations within simulations, and that is what infinity. That's and when you think of how fractal that code is, it's so deep because all of our sciences and math ultimately lead to the infinity code. And when we do that, we help perpetuate infinity within the construct with the technology we create with that revelation. And that's what the resets are. It's your math and all of your numbers reaching infinity. And we call that an ending point, but ain't no end to infinity. It just constantly recreate more of infinity, just like I showed you in the Infinity Hotel. What we thinking it's an end or a reset is basically like this hotel owner using this infinity paradox to make more space. And that's what our governments of the world are doing. They saying we overpopulating. We basically gotta compress reality by using technology. So that, how does that look? That mean, listen, it's so many people on the earth that if everybody wanna have a car, it's gonna take longer and longer to get around every generation because we create more children exponentially throughout the generations. So we gotta keep rebuilding the roads for more cars, and it's traffic jams, and it's so what they saying, if we gonna keep expanding as a species, we gotta learn to compress our behavior to more confined and speedy, productive with technology. So, and that looks like electric cars, bullet trains, because the more humans populate in this simulation and the energy expand, the more it needs to be controlled. And you understand, like, we are energy in motion, every human. And basically everything happened here happened for a reason. When they talk about this Infinity Hotel paradox though, every time a new bus pull up to the hotel, we have a great reset. And you got a flight of people that's leaving the hotel and a new group coming. And that's graduation. Souls that beat the game and new souls entering the game. That's what this hotel is. Every time a shift change happens, it's a reset. Because the reason it's like a teacher, right? After she teach a whole year first grade, her curriculum, when the next group of first graders come in, she got to reset. She got to start with chapter 1 again and start over for them because they ain't have the experience yet. And then when they finish, she reset the curriculum. That book, that's the book. This whole world of resets is doing just that. It's shift changes, and they call it pole shifts. But these shifts are literally groups of souls leaving and groups of souls coming. They call it raptures or Armageddon, but everything happening for a reason. It ain't no doomsday. It's shift change. It's just that it gotta play out like that in the simulation. Because think about it, right? If me and you in a virtual reality in a video game like Call of Duty, I'm not leaving till I'm dead. I put my money in a game. I wanted to play the game. I put my goggles on. If ain't nobody shoot me yet in this Call of Duty, I'm going to keep playing. And then when I get shot, oh, man, I got to take my goggles off, get out the game. Next is somebody else's turn. So it's like that. We look at this game like, why everybody got to die? That's the nature of the simulation we enter. Just like if I enter a gore-based video game, and it's everybody know like your character don't lead a game till he die, like until Mario fall in a hole or to Cooper hit him with a fireball. It's never a fucking good way that he leaves the game. You know what I'm saying? So it's always if you're in the middle of the goddamn game and everything that's happening on a astral world is happening in the simulation. That mean, like I tell you, right? When you dreaming, you may be dreaming that you falling off a cliff. And right when you hit the ground, you wake up, right? And when you wake up in your bed, it's your mama throwing a pillow at you. When you hit the ground in a dream, that was when your mama hit you in the face with your pillow in the real world. But both of those actions was tied together. The action in the dream world was actually you falling onto the ground off of a cliff. But that was turned into in the base world, mama hit me in the face with a pillow waking me up. But that same action was translated to something else in two different worlds. That's what I'm telling you. Every time we hit the ground and we think we die, it's actually a whole nother reality on the other side, and we just waking up like mama throwed the pillow. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a paradox to where for everything that happening in this world is alternate in the other world. So when we die in this world, that play out to us being born in another world. And since this is a paradox that governs the universe, we can never cease to exist. We're caught up into an endless cycles of death and reincarnation. And the only thing that's going to make those cycles not a hellish experiences is us knowing the nature of our journey and accepting it and enjoying the ride and embracing it. Because if you trying to swim and you fighting the water, you're going to drown. A swimmer is actually becoming one with the water, accepting the fact I'm in the ocean, and hey, using it to my advantage to move efficiently. You know, so and becoming one with the wave, not trying to fight against it like if I throw a rookie swimmer in the water, they actions gonna be why they sink. And you'll see a professional diver jump in the hellish waves and be calm. You'll see the lifeguard run out there in the ocean with them waves and they ain't panicking like the dude who, because they've learned how to become one with these big, strong waves. And that's like what the soul is doing. And because they've accepted the fact, okay, this is the ocean. It can kill me. This is how I move in it so it don't. We don't accept that in our own life. We try to change the waves when the waves are trying to change you. They are energy moving through a medium. The water is not waves. The energy is waves. And when the energy moves through the water mimics the shape of the energy. Just like your body is mimicking the shape of the energy of your soul into a form of manifestation. But I can keep talking for fucking infinity. You know what I'm saying? Let me fall back. You know, I like to, you know, man, let me get the hell up off of here real quick. I just looked at the clock, dude. I got to get a little sunlight. Hold on, man. Let me get up off of here, man. I think I've gave y'all a whole presentation that no one was expecting. But check it out what I can do, though. If somebody's actually on the call that wanted the bill, though, I won't rush you off. I'll let y'all get your last word and stuff. So that worked out perfectly. I was able to give a little knowledge, and now we can get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I appreciate y'all for creating a situation that led to that, because that's what it's about, man. Just teaching the knowledge, not all the drama. This is where I shine at. So appreciate y'all. We got the best, think tank in this community, and I appreciate y'all. I want to thank everybody who supports.
Just want to say I appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate you, too. Salute, Dan.
Yeah, good show, good show.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Love, bro.
Peace and
love.
Black power, guys. We'll see you on the next one.